What is up? What is up? What is up? What's up, chat? Dude, that music gets me hyped every time. So today we're going to be talking to some papists, hopefully. Because I posted this video and they talk so much smack and there's zero arguments in all of the comments. Every single one has no argument. That's actually not true. I did get refuted by one guy. Let me pull up the comment so I can read it word for word. I was completely and utterly refuted. I was ashamed and I needed to take down my video after this. Find this comment. What's up, guys? I see Cleave to Antiquity is here. What's up, Ben? Guys, Ben is one of the coolest dudes. I can never cease vouching for him. If I can control F this comment was probably towards the bottom because it was so dumb. Anyway, okay, so the substance of the comment, because I can't find the exact wording now, it was something like the mass didn't occur in St. Peter's Basilica. You lied. You said the mass occurred in St. Peter's Basilica. Well, I didn't lie. That was simply a mistake. The mass, there was not a gay mass in St. Peter's Basilica. It was in the Jesuit building, which is also in the Vatican. It occurred in the same city. All they had was a Skittles. All they had was a Skittles procession through the St. Peter's Basilica. But the gay mass, the Skittles mass itself, that occurred in a different building in the Vatican. So none of my arguments matter. I am totally and utterly refuted. It's like all he did was confess that there was a gay mass at the Vatican. Like, who cares what building it's in? That makes literally no difference, man. Like, jeez. People these days put the substance over the form. Contemporary Compendium, what's up, my friend? Electro style, no, I'm not going to get into the weeds on. You can pop into the, you know what? I'm going to start the space. Test, okay. Hopefully I have this sorted out by now. Because last time there was a bit of a challenge, but I did a test today and I seem to be able to also speak through OBS on my mic and at the same time through X spaces. So, Alex, who's your favorite Romanian saint? Saint Valeriu Gafencu, the saint of the prisons. Oh, also recently canonized Saint Dumitru Staniloae, Dumitru Staniloae. He was an excellent Romanian saint. So, yes, I have many comments talking about their opinions of my video, but I don't see any arguments. So here, I'll go through a few of them. Gavin is an accretion meme. LOL. Pope-splainers, whenever their pontiff does something ridiculous that isn't happening yet, it's a good thing that it is. You guys are so funny, honestly. I think all the comments are at the bottom, man. All the negative comments. But anyway, yeah. So my arguments weren't even, you know, when I was talking about how it's hard to be a traditional Catholic at the beginning, that wasn't an argument. I was just saying, like, I kind of get that it's not easy to be in their position these days because, like, these, I don't think these are like necessarily bad people. Sure, some of them are malicious. You know, you see them online. That kind of attracts malicious attitudes. But I think most traditional Catholics are just people that are trying to do things by the book. And they think they need the See of Peter or something. And yet you see the Vatican catering to the LGBTQ lobbies. You see the Vatican catering to the Muslims. And the only people they're not catering to are the people that actually appreciate them and support them the most, the trad cats. Okay, Alex, I've been watching your content and have been mostly impressed today. Though this video was a little underwhelming, I thought it would be more extensive, though in my opinion, it wouldn't attract the attention. Okay, look, you remember how in my icons video I did, are people calling in on X? If you want to debate trad cats, call in on X. I have, the link is in the description. The link is at the top of the description, and I'm open. I am here. I am waiting. You guys talk so much smack in my comments. So please, let's talk about it like human beings. The papacy is wrong. Here's the thesis. The papal claims to authority, let me be clear. The papal claims to authority that we are dealing with today, that the Pope has full, supreme, unhindered, universal power over the entire church, and that the College of Bishops has no power unless they're in communion with the Bishop of Rome. Please call in and discuss those with me. Defend your position, because I think it's wrong, and I think you're leading people to error. Alex, your video wasn't what we wanted it to be. Okay, yes. Yeah, let me finish that thought. So if you see on let's see Elijah Yassi call in. I would love for him to call in and explain this minimalist position. I didn't even listen to any of his prior debates, so you'd be able to get me a little bit off guard, if anything. I'd love for Elijah Yassi to call in. But as you see with my icons video, I had the general video that was like sacred objects, right? And then I did a second video after that was digging deeper into holy images. You guys can expect a similar thing with this papacy topic. There's going to be a digging deeper on the papacy. Campo Mambo, call in, dude. Unless you're being sarcastic. But if you're being serious, call in. Eric Ibarra should call. They can all call in. Elijah Yassi basically makes the papacy not the papacy. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, how can any other reasonable person read these sections of the catechism, like full, supreme, universal, and unhindered power over the whole church, and that the College of Bishops has no authority unless they're in communion with the bishop? How else are you supposed to accept that? And even if in practice he does bring in the College of Bishops as a consultation, he's under no obligation to do so. Like, please show me the obligation for him to do so. Muslims. No, that's just me being goofy. We need a response to St. Pope Galatius. Well, okay, St. Pope Galatius, why should we take his word for it? You know, call in Electro Style. I was sarcastic. All right, bet. But yeah, call in, man. This all revolves around like a hierarchy of authority, right? If you properly understand the hierarchy of authority, you'll see that unless a Roman Catholic assumes their hierarchy of authority prior to looking at the historical documents, there's no way you can come away with their definition of the papacy. You'd have to wreck him immediately. I mean, I'll do my best, man. Here's the thing. I'm not afraid. Maybe I'll mess up. That's fine. That's okay. People mess up sometimes. And that's what he does. It's fine. I'm not afraid. So, Nikolai, what's up, man? Yeah. So you're prideful. Oh, why am I prideful, Ignatius? Ignatius, come into the X space and then we'll talk about it like normal human beings. But instead, you're kind of opting for to just talk smack in the chat. And that's lame. What's up, Nikolai? Yes. All right, chat. Can we hear Nikolai? Did I finally figure this out? Just waiting on the chat. There's a little bit of a delay, but I can hear you. Oh, you're muted. Yeah. But all right, chat. Can you guys hear Nikolai? Ah. All right, say something now.
Hello.
All right, now can we hear? He said hello. I avoid pride with a rainbow. Unmute fallacy. All right. Nikolai, say something. Oh, heard him. They heard him. All right, we're good. Man, did you see my video on the papacy?
Yeah, I saw your video on it. I thought it was very good. Yeah, I won't say that it wasn't things that I've heard before because I've been in the Orthodox sphere for quite a while now, but it was very good, especially for people that need like a really good just bam, here are the points. I don't need a 3 hour long video about like the nuances of Saint Gregory, you know, or Pope Gregory the Great. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and I mean that was kind of the point. Was like, look, I just wanted to find some terms and put some terms out there, like hierarchies of authority. We should get familiar with that because when we look back to how the church actually acted in the first few centuries, like we don't see them acting in the way a Roman Catholic hierarchy of authority would require them to act. Right? You have in the Quartodeciman controversy, like a bunch of bishops reprimanding Pope Victor. You see Saint Cyprian of Carthage basically telling Pope Stephen, you can't tell me what to do. Like, I'm a bishop, I can decide for myself. And I think what's like so compelling to me on that, sorry, just give me like one more minute here. What I find compelling on that is like Saint Augustine speaking about Saint Cyprian after he says, well, if there's a council that decided this, Saint Cyprian would have rightfully submitted to that council, but he was under no, like he was just fine disagreeing with Pope Stephen. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, and there's examples of that all over the place, and so it's not like it's not something that is even that controversial.
Yeah,
the Pope people, and I hate saying it that way, but they just really they just really don't care, honestly. Um, I found especially the more traditional Catholics because they have like kind of this very deep emotional attachment to it. And so there's really not much you can do to convince them otherwise. But there are a lot of nominal Catholics who, you know, are faithful to a degree, but that's what they've always known. And I think those are the kind of people that need to like hear that there's an argument against their position, you know?
Yeah. They need to make it, they need to realize that there are more positions other than their own. And I see there was a comment in the chat here that said like the I'm of Cephas argument was like pretty persuasive for me. And me too. I think like there's so much low hanging fruit just in the lines of scripture that like this way of thinking, this way of speaking, this way of acting, of just associating yourself with one apostolic office, it's explicitly condemned by St. Paul. He says, look, some of you say I'm Cephas, I'm of Apollos, I'm of Paul, or like You have like the hippie, me and my Bible types say, I am of Christ, right? Um,
Yeah.
and he says, don't think that way. Don't act that way. Your source of unity should be believing the same thing. And, although Roman Catholics, they are centralized, I don't see any unity among them at all. They all believe different things.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm gonna switch over to my headset, so
Sure.
I might have to re-request, so I'll be right there.
But yeah. I wish Alex would have mentioned how the Third Ecumenical Council grants autocephaly to the church in Cyprus and how Vatican I ecclesiology contradicts such a possibility. Was it? Yes. I mean, well, this was just the first video. This was just the very beginning of it. There's so much to go through the canons that talk about how bishops can't cross into other bishops' jurisdictions, and there's no exception made for the Pope of Rome. So if you just start from the beginning and read through these documents and you read through the New Testament, like clearly Peter has a special place. I'm not one to deny that. Like a lot of these points are correct, that you have a list of the apostles, and Peter is the first one mentioned in the list. Or there are a lot of I think in the Gospel of Mark there's a place where it literally says Simon Peter and the disciples. Like, clearly he was a spokesperson, a leader for the disciples, for the apostles. But there is a list in the New Testament that does not have St. Peter at the beginning of that list. And it's when St. Paul is talking about the pillars of the church.
Yeah, absolutely.
He puts James first in that list.
Yeah, I mean, and it's so explicitly clear in the scriptures that it's kind of hard to even ignore it. Um, it's one of those things that I kind of laugh because as much as I tend to kind of make fun of like people that say, "Oh, it's the plain meaning of the text," but in this case, it's pretty explicit that the keys are given to all of the disciples. And I don't know how you can just ignore the following verses after he says, "You are Peter, and this is the rock," and then later he gives them the keys, and then the rest of the apostles are clearly given the keys as well, right? Like it's like not like, and again, I don't like the Protestant style of like, oh, it's the simple interpretation of the text, because I don't find that compelling. But in this case, I think there is a case to be made where it's like, well, if this is how it's interpreted and it's simply this way, do we see a consistent belief throughout history mirroring that? And this is something I've said for a long time, and I've always made this argument. I'm like, if your theology can't be consistently applied in praxis, then it's probably disordered or wrong in some way, right? So
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm glad you brought up the keys, because in my video, not only did I talk about how St. Hilary associates not just the rock with Peter's confession of faith, he also associates the power of the keys with Peter's confession of faith, which is a faith that all the apostles shared. But if Roman Catholics believe in their own ecumenical councils, which I see that they are starting to not even believe their ecumenical councils these days. Every single time I see Trent Horn talk about Vatican II, he says that, it's not infallible and you have an option whether or not. Well, he implies that you have an option or not whether you ought to believe it. So here I have the Fourth Lateran Council, which is an ecumenical council. This is something that every Roman Catholic, even if they don't personally believe it in their heart, they have to submit their intellect and their will to the teachings of the Fourth Lateran Council. And here's what it says. Indeed, no one can perform this sacrament except the priestly duty ordained, it's speaking about the Eucharist, ordained according to the power of the keys of the church, which Jesus Christ himself conceded to the apostles and their successors. So this is a Roman Catholic teaching in an ecumenical council, in the Fourth Lateran Council, that says the keys are given not only to Peter, it's conceded to the apostles and their successors, all the apostles. So I'm not sure where they get off on their high horse talking about how, only Peter has the keys, only Peter is the rock. I think from scripture and from their own documents, from their own magisterial documents, you see that all the apostles have the power of the keys, and that each apostle is a foundation stone for the church.
yeah, and I've never really focused too much on the papacy because my background, I grew up Reformed,
Mm-hmm.
and like Paul Washer, John Piper, John MacArthur, R.C. Sproul kind of guys, right? Were my like kind of bedrock growing up, and so I never really focused too much on the papacy, all that much. In It was on the very like tertiary of when I was exploring other denominations during that time. But it never really spoke to me in that way because for me, I'm a very pragmatic person. I'm like, well, let me see if what they claim the Pope provides actually provides that thing. And they said stability. Oh, he tells us what to do. I'm like, this seems like complete chaos. Their
Right.
entire church seems like it's in complete and utter chaos all the time. And then when I looked at orthodoxy, I'm like, listen, there were clear political issues when I was coming into the church or when I was a catechumen and stuff like that with Moscow and the EP, but it didn't seem to affect the day-to-day praxis. And for me, praxis is like the number one. Like if your praxis is not the center beating heart of the church and it gets easily influenced by the rising tide, uh, I just think that there's something spiritually deficient there.
Right. Yes, absolutely. And there's like, speaking about the ground level, there's no way you can tell me that like a Melkite and a Uniate, that they believe the same things that some Novus Ordo Roman Catholic believes. There's no way. They believe different things. They have no unity of belief.
Yeah, I recently did a live stream where I reacted to that deacon or that Anglican deacon that said he was previously Orthodox. And I just was listening and he would make a few theological points and then he made one that just undercut his entire argument like from the get-go. And I was like, at this point, I don't know why I would trust your assessment of all these other things if you can't even consistently apply your criticism in other areas, right? So
Right.
like he would say like, oh, the big thing that you hear from both Roman Catholics and like Anglicans and others who tend to be more, let's say, ecumenist minded. They'll say, "Oh, you guys don't have unity in belief. Look at your views. Look at baptism right now. Everybody's disagreeing about baptism and chrismation." I said, and I always make this point, especially to people that are new to the faith, because this is how it's explained to me. Baptism and chrismation, whether somebody is a chrismation to bring as a normative means to bring certain people into the church, or baptism being basically just baptize everybody, and I tend to lean towards the baptize everybody, it's preferable camp, but that's irrelevant because what I tend to tell people is like they both um, affirm the same principle that the thing that they received in the other institutions is grace that does not have grace. It's not filled with grace. Because what is chrismation, right? It's filling that which is empty. St. Augustine even talks about this, right?
Right.
So I think that that is a key thing to understand too, is that just because there's a disagreement over the normative means of doing something doesn't mean that there's disagreement on the principles. And I think that's always an important thing to remember too.
Right. And
So
I don't see anything wrong with like, why can't we just do it on a case by case basis? Even the councils, you see that like, depending on what heretical sect these people came out of, that they were treated differently. So like, certain heretics did have to be rebaptized. Like I think it was the Montanists explicitly, they had to be rebaptized, like no matter what. But there are other sects that were like, look, the form is proper. So, when they receive chrismation, the baptism it becomes effective with the chrismation because the
yeah.
form was there. But yeah,
Well,
George, I see
sorry
we
about
have
that. Go
George
ahead.
here. No, you're good. George, what's on your mind, brother?
No worries. Thanks for having me. I'm in the basement right now, so I don't know if I'm coming in choppy or if you can hear me well.
You're good.
Thanks. I just wanted to touch upon, or at least continue in the vein of praxis, because I think it's something that's often poo-pooed by them.
Uh huh.
If you point this stuff out, then they really, really harp on a distinction between discipline and doctrine, and they almost make the faith, quote unquote, this sort of like Platonic, ethereal, juridical outline, whereas we would believe the faith is how it's made manifest. And you just like my background basically is a revert, but during a time of like being far from the church and kind of exploring, almost coming out of a mindset of Protestantism, because I grew up very like uncatechized and I was kind of a blank slate. And my first experiences were with a bunch of, Protestants. But then exploring with an open mind Roman Catholicism, and I actually had like a huge emotional drive to be convinced of it.
Uh-huh.
Like meeting with Byzantine priests, traditional Latin priests. I even developed a relationship with this guy who had an ongoing radio show, who was kind of a quasi apologist. He's a catechist for one of the largest churches in Chicago.
Oh wow.
And so after this long, long time of discernment in like a very serious way with an open heart, like I was not trying to debunk it, I was trying to be convinced of it. Something I noticed, I think what saved me from being convinced was the fact that I did have one foot in the door with orthodoxy, and I saw the sort of chasm between the two. The thing that I saw that was the biggest difference was in orthodoxy, there's a harmony between the spirit of the law and the letter of the law, where with them they have a rupture between the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. And so like I think it's a totally emotional thing. Like if you're talking to a Latin who is not open, like almost no argument's going to convince them. I think a lot of these arguments are post hoc justifications to really soothe themselves into not having to give up being grafted to this, sort of legacy of grandeur in, romanticized history and stuff like that. I think that that's really what they do not want to get rid of, or have to admit is like a counterfeit in any way. And
Right.
all this argumentation, it can be very discarnate when you just only talk about like, oh, in this epistle from 1500 years ago this was said, and then it's like, oh well, my retort is this, and it's very like discarnate, and doesn't really talk about the reality on the ground. But I do think it's important for Orthodox to be well versed in that, because if you do have an answer for all their problems in that realm, then it can be kind of disarming for them, and
Right.
they're less sure-footed. But I don't think it'll be ultimately convincing. I think ultimately what was convincing for me was finally being like sensitized, because I think they're very desensitized to the idea of like the importance of certain sacred things. Like if you talk to even a traditional Catholic, they'll know that it's wrong to have like a lady named Susan handing out the Eucharist with her hand and holding the chalice. But for us, it's like the level of sensitivity to something like that is so much higher that it's just like, I think, I don't know. It's
Yeah,
kind of
that
hard to
practical
describe.
on the ground stuff. That's why I made it a point in my video, at least at the very beginning, to be like, look, let's just like look at Pope Leo's what has happened since he assumed the office, right? You have the LGBTQ pride parade and pride mass through the Vatican. You have the Muslim prayer room that's being added to the Vatican library. So we're catering to all these, people's needs. Yet at the same time, we're very aggressively discontinuing the Tridentine Latin Mass from the 1500s missal. And look, we're like, they're catering to everybody except you. And eventually, it's only a matter of time until the traditional Latin Mass becomes an artifact or relic of the past. Um, and I think that's going to be a huge wake up call.
Yeah, I think also like keeping in mind like what is the point of all this stuff? Like
Mm-hmm.
what is the end of dogma? Is dogma is it the end in and of itself, or is it to have guideposts unto uh in ever growing likeness to Christ, you know, and so like our system only kind of resembles a system, but it kind of isn't one. The way I think about it is, you know, if you go to the gym, you're going to be given certain protocols if you have a personal trainer. Like, oh, you want to get better in this area, you want to improve. Well, this is my, you know, protocol for you. 3 sets of 10 of this exercise, this many days a week. So it can resemble a system, but really it's a pattern of life unto a certain aim. And at a certain point, like if you, talking about practice again, if you alter that to such a crazy degree, you implicitly give up on that aim, and you're saying that like certain things are changing. Like keeping that in mind, what I just said, and then likening it to fasting rules, like the fast and the Wednesday and Friday fast being from the apostolic era. The fast is so important to us that to give up on that, it's almost, everything is interconnected. It's almost like saying humans have a different anthropology now, because
I think that's an
that,
excellent point.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard to describe, and I'm better at, you know, tweeting stuff out because
No,
I
I
can
see what you're
rewrite
getting
things.
at, though. That
You
is,
see what I'm
you're
getting at?
right. It is intertwined with our anthropology. All right, Roman Catholics. You guys have been talking so much smack in the comments on my video. Come talk to me like a normal person on X Spaces. I promise, I won't be mean. Tell me why I'm wrong about any of my arguments in the video, please. But anyway, George, I do think that is a good point. I think I'm not sure it's a tough shell to crack, man, these trad cats. Because you're right, there's the praxis on the ground that is convincing, but then there's like so much cognitive dissonance, right? Like I was just looking through some of their magisterial documents talking about how, you know, every Roman Catholic has to submit their intellect and will to papal encyclicals. And there's a lot of things that papal encyclicals say. Unum Sanctum says that it is absolutely necessary for salvation to submit to the Roman Pope. Absolutely necessary. I can't think of stronger language than that. Yet you see in Vatican II, which is also magisterial, in the Roman Catholic Catechism, that they see the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Holy Orthodox Church, as separated brethren that have valid sacraments, that are Christians, and that are connected to the church. So what do I need a pope for? What's the point?
Yeah, I think when you point stuff out like that, the other elucidating thing that you'll notice when they talk back is they start to treat these magisterial documents as if, okay, these are the words, these are the written words now that we have at our disposal, that we have to make sure fit together, as if the spirit being held by the people and the intention being held by the people as they're being written does not matter anymore. So like what you were saying is like when those documents are being written in Vatican I and Unum Sanctum, like do they really, if they're being honest, believe that those people, those popes, would have any sort of sympathy for what is going on right now? There's not a chance. But they think, oh no, what would make a contradiction is if the written words didn't work together, not that the spirit has changed.
Yeah, and then suddenly every single Roman Catholic becomes a lawyer themselves. And well, this might not say exactly what it says it means. Or like for the longest time, before you had the great concession of like Cameron Bertuzzi and Trent Doherty and those guys, that like, okay, yes, Vatican II, it does say in Lumen Gentium and in Nostra Aetate that the Muslims and the Christians worship the same God. Then they tried to argue for that position, but I think a lot of people forgot that prior to that, a lot of people were using this argument that, oh, it says they profess to know the same God. And suddenly, everybody's trying to tear apart the linguistics and, the phrasing of these documents. And that's where, like, Nikolai, I think you had a great point where it's like, dude, if you cannot read this and just take a document at its face meaning, then, I mean, what are we doing here?
Well, yeah, and again, it's difficult because it's positions like that make debating Protestants so difficult sometimes, because even Protestants, a lot of good faith Protestants can look at what the Vatican is doing or what the papacy is doing, and it can just really make it difficult for us, because a lot of Protestants don't know enough about Orthodoxy to do anything other than, hey, these are we're not Roman Catholic, right? We have to start there, right? And I can't tell you how even my own parents who are Reformed still, when they're like, man, that seems really Catholic. Like, oh, here's all the theology where we disagree with the Catholics. And they're like, oh wow, you guys are very different, right? Like they immediately were disarmed. They're still not completely convinced, but I wasn't really in it to convince them. I was just in it to assuage any issues. And I also want to point out that there are some very weird things the Roman Catholic Church practices that just does not seem in line with a lot of the early church praxis. And for example, all throughout South America and Asia, there are all sorts of wacky things they do. And whenever I hear the Roman Catholics say, "Well, numbers, look at we catechized the whole world. You guys didn't. You guys sat in your little countries and didn't do nothing, right?" That's
It's
a
such
common.
a gross misunderstanding of
Oh,
Orthodox
it
history.
is. As someone who lives in Korea, where there is Orthodox people here, I can tell you we do actually try and catechize and bring people into the church. But what's the point of bringing people into your church if you catechize them so poorly they're essentially pagan? You
Yeah.
know, like
Yeah.
that's another thing.
Yeah, and they become some weird syncretist. Like, I know there. Okay, this is not representative of all Mexican Roman Catholics, but I had a colleague one time who's a Mexican lady, very nice, lovely lady, Roman Catholic, who was like, "Yes, every now and then, we go and talk to like the witch," and I'm like, "The witch? Like, aren't you a Christian? Like, what do you mean?" And you're right. All these folk traditions, the bad ones, they don't get baptized in the same way that when Orthodoxy comes into an area, we baptize the folk traditions and Christianize them. Uh, no, they hold on to them in their essence. And there is like I want to get back to that emotional attachment that George and Nikolai, both of you guys kind of mentioned that at one point, where like there's a strange parallel, I think, with like charismatic Christianity, with like not just the Pentecostals, but like the really charismatic, like the NAR and the Word of Faith people, to where it is cult like. And you see these figures like, I think it was Padre Pio who had the stigmata. And I was speaking to a pretty notable Orthodox clergyman the other day, he was telling me like, look, if this man had an Orthodox spiritual father like on Mount Athos and knew that his spiritual child was praying for the wounds of Christ in his hands and feet, he'd be like, what on earth are you doing? Stop. Like that's the pinnacle of prelest. How could you ask for such a thing? That is Christ alone. Yet you have this like very charismatic essence in Roman Catholicism that they share, I think, with Pentecostalism and the charismatic Christians. And it's like, well, if I leave Roman Catholicism now, I have to admit that I was in delusion for this whole time, and my ego cannot take that. I think there's definitely an element of that there too, to where like, look, I had to deal with it too. I grew up in charismatic Christianity, to where it's like, okay, well, maybe my speaking in tongues, I was caught up in the moment, maybe, should have bought a Honda, wasn't the real thing, when you're faced with, okay, the word tongues in the Bible means languages, but this has become a part of your identity. So it's really a very deep self-evaluation to try to walk away from something like Roman Catholicism.
Yeah, there's just because there is a history there um, that has a lot of depth to it. They do have saints as well. They have that legacy that I mentioned, and so it does make the bar that much higher, or it makes it that much more difficult to surmount getting over, because like, it's one thing to be an evangelical and kind of brush up against the true faith and feel like you were really filling up a cup that was pretty empty. Where for them, it's like, imagine if you were a cradle or something, part of a faithful family. I know many of these people are very, very faithful, and they read their scriptures every day. They read devotionals. They go to daily mass, and they have these very strong devotions to, certain post-schism saints and stuff like that. There's just a lot there, and to really take a look at that and step away from it, um, it's just that much more difficult, because it's not like they're just filling up an empty cup. They're like emptying what was there to some degree, and then filling it up, which is I do have sympathy for those people.
Yeah, I mean, their identity is caught up in being Roman Catholic, and it is a hard move to make. But I don't know how else to approach it other than like, look, everything around you is falling apart. Uh, your own church admits that like orthodoxy hasn't changed, that we have maintained the faith. I was reading what in Vatican II today, the wording that they have about the Eastern churches. Like these people need to read these very devoted traditional Roman Catholics who mean well need to read their own magisterial documents. For example, here in which one is this? Unitatis Redintegratio, the Decree on Ecumenism, paragraph 16 and 17. This Holy Council declares that the churches in the East, while remembering the necessary unity of the whole church, have the power to govern themselves according to the disciplines proper to them, since these are better suited to the character of their faithful and more for the good of their souls. That they have the power to govern themselves. Well, what have we been doing for the last 2,000 years? They're basically admitting the Orthodox Christians, they didn't do nothing wrong. They didn't do nothing wrong.
One thing that I've brought up before too is an observation that's not very verifiable. It's more speculative, but I think it's pretty easy to believe or ascribe to, is the idea that the I truly believe that the reasonable any reason or any semblance of tradition that hasn't been stamped out, is because the existence of the Orthodox Church, um, because like especially their uniate churches, historically they have been like totally abused and strong armed into getting rid of certain practices that we do to be more Latinized. But after Vatican II, in the spirit of ecumenism, I think that the whole reason why they're now kind of backing off and saying, hey, actually, you guys are going to be more free to resemble the Orthodox, is because they want it as an opportunity for ecumenism. And so, like, I'm seeing all sorts of like Roman Catholics, whether they're Latin or Byzantine, like and reels or podcasts or whatever. You look behind them in their offices and all that stuff, and it's like all of their icons and their altars and stuff. 90% of them are Orthodox icons. They're sourced from Orthodox people, and it's like those are coming from our treasury that's outside your church that you would not be self-sufficient to produce those, and yet you're like kind of pretending as if it's all like you are the progenitors of it or something. And I just feel like this is going to continue really, and I don't know, they're basically going to keep adopting Orthodox positions or reading Orthodox approaches to theology and pretend as if it didn't come from the Orthodox and that it's natural to Catholicism. And that's where you're going to see these traditionalists kind of go, is they're going to start speaking more and acting more like they're Orthodox, and then just acting like pretending as if it's all Catholic.
I agree. I have a super chat from Taint Nuffum 999. Thank you very much, Taint Nuffum. The retroactive acceptance of the 869 Council is one of the best disproves of papal infallibility, especially since Pope John affirmed it and called 869 a pseudo council. Yeah, I think that the Eighth Ecumenical Council is that's a huge one. Uncut Mountain Press has the book on that. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Nikolai.
No, I just had a thought, and it dawned on me when George was speaking. That the uniate question is always funny to me, and yeah, I totally agree with them that they're kind of in a way trying to cannibalize certain things so that they can try and attract us in, because I think that they see the writing on the wall. I mean, it was Taylor Marshall just came out and said that attendance for Catholic churches is down like 17% from the last time they did an attendance survey. But I think the big thing that's going to be coming down the pipe is you're going to see a lot of people that say, well, we have issues. We totally admit that. And as you can see, we're willing to reach our hand, but why aren't you guys willing to reach your hand? Look, at you guys have issues too. And then they'll point, a lot of them are pointing to our patriarchs who at times say things that would appear to be in a similar vein as the Pope. But almost every single time they bring one of those quotes out, they're either completely removed from context or they're actually not as bad as what they would what their pope did. It's like a one or two steps behind that, right? It's like, oh, it's clearly them just being kind of like nice for the cameras, because then you can go and find other statements of theirs where they completely reject any sort of like ecumenistic like minded talking points. I'm under Patriarch Kirill, and anytime there's like a controversy with something he's said publicly, my bishop always says, please understand that a lot of these patriarchs are in situations that are very difficult. And from a human perspective, we should be praying for them because it's not easy. Is as most people that are in their positions don't understand what it's like to have to operate in a world that is very different than what the patriarchs of the early church had to deal with. Um, it's less in persecution in a lot of ways, but it's also much more difficult because of how open the world is compared to back then. Back then you didn't have millions of Muslims just plopped right in the center of your country in the capital city, and it was like totally fine, right? Because we had tolerance, right? If Patriarch Kirill came out tomorrow, for example, and started just taking like home run swings at the head of Muslims every chance he got, what do you think that would do to his nation and the devastation and the evil that he would bring about onto the people there? He has a duty on some level to protect them in that way, right? And I think that's something that we need to remember. The Pope lives in an ivory tower, right? He lives in a walled city, and even then, he can't even protect his altars. So,
man, that was
yeah.
so crazy. That guy went and urinated on the altar in St. Peter's Basilica. And I was thinking about like in my less Christian days in my youth, you go to the club, you see some guy that like drinks too much. Dude, the security guards toss that guy, man. I grew up around Detroit, okay? So they like slammed this guy. Like I looked at the security guards there, they just kind of walked up to the guy like with his pants down, literally holding his Johnson, peeing on the altar. It was kind of more like an ushering, like, excuse me, sir, if you could please like not do that. Like, dude, take him, throw him, get him out of there. That's disgusting. There are kids around. But we have Josh here who has requested to speak. So he has 0 followers and one person is following him. But let's see, maybe he values his anonymity. Let's see what Josh has to say.
Oh, hi. Sorry. So I used to be EO, and in one of the issues that I always had in the Orthodox Church is I was never able to really receive a straight answer on a lot of things. And when I read the Rudder and then certain of the apostolic canons, and I see all the hierarchs, all 15 of them, either being in communion with ecumenists or being bought by the U.S. State Department, and yet it says to flee from these types of people and that they immediately lose the office. For me, that was an issue that I had with Orthodoxy.
Is that something that defeats the whole system, though? Because I'm not trying to come at you too aggressively. I mean, I can tell from the way you're speaking, you sound like a reasonable guy. But like my thing is like, okay, let's say the EP was bribed or he's bought or he's part of the CIA or whatever. For the sake of argument, let's just concede that Orthodoxy is decentralized. So although that is like very bad, that's not as devastating to the system as we know how the Bishop of Rome, who he is the sole hierarchy of authority in Roman Catholicism, you know, if you believe the Catholic Catechism, where it's very obvious that he is also influenced by these temporal powers. I mean, wouldn't that work against Roman Catholicism more than Orthodoxy?
So, at least in my opinion, I think it's a yes and no, at least on the side with the Catholics. If anything is dogmatically changed that has never been changed, then I would say, well, then that is an issue. But the Orthodox hold to the ecclesiology that you are what you commune with, right? So if you're in communion with these people, that ergo makes you guilty of the same heresy that they're in. So, I mean, honestly, I think from both sides, both of our churches are are not looking so so well right now. And I always had that issue actually as an Orthodox, that I see all my hierarchs, like the ones that I was in communion with, and I look at these canons, and according to these canons, well, they don't even have the office anymore. So it's like, on the side of Rome, yeah, I mean, like I said, it would be an issue, but also with the Orthodox, you are what you commune with, right? So,
I mean, I see your point, but I think that, like, if you go by operation of the rule, like, let's say that, let's grant you everything that you just said. Let's grant you everything for the sake of argument. And I see George wants to say something. George, after I'm done, maybe you can go take a shot at this. That, like, after, let's grant, Josh, let's grant you everything that you just said, right? Let's say the EP is bought. There are processes for these things, right? It's not like by operation of the rule, he's disqualified, and we're in communion with the EP. So I mean, these things take time. Nothing goes quickly in these matters. I mean, let's say Nestorius was teaching his heresy for many, like at least a few years before he was deposed from his office. Does that mean that, like, for a few years the entire church that was in communion with Constantinople had fallen away from the faith? Like, no, I don't think so. George, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on that like this idea of late sententia, just disqualification for holding an office, that would pretty much disqualify the early church. But more specifically, actually going into examples, if you want to talk about like corruption or ecumenism, like you'll see quote unquote ecumenist Orthodox bishops that go to stuff and they're part of gatherings, and like I'm not for all that.
yeah.
But if you look at what the papacy has done, you have the guy who's supposed to be the vicar of Christ, where in that system, the late sententia way of operating is a reality, more so acknowledged and present than in Orthodoxy. And in that system, you have Pope saints like John Paul II drinking like witch doctor elixirs and stuff that was made for him. Like you got to see these videos. Like it's way worse than anything I've seen even scandalize me from my Orthodox hierarchs.
Oh no, yeah, and I'm an honest Catholic, and I'm not ignorant. Um, yeah, I mean, I honestly, I really don't know on what to really make of it, and I don't. Um, honestly, if I were to ever really reconsider orthodoxy, for me, it would have to be with the GLC, and the reason why that I say that is the more consistent with their hierarchs, which they do have, and
No, they're not. No, they're not. They absolutely are not. GOC and TOs are not consistent with their hierarchs at all. They overlook things all the time.
Can
And they
you
overlook
name one
all sorts of
instance?
things. I can name you a dozen, but I'm going to just give you one. They have priests whom are divorced, and they just ignore that, even though it's clearly in the canon in the rudder, right? Oh, it's in the rudder, so that means it has to be applied in the specific way that the rudder needs to be applied in every way. The rudder is a guidepost, it's a guideline, but who
Mm-hmm.
has the authority to bind and loose these things, right? It's the bishops. And when the GOC and the TOs cut themselves off voluntarily, mind you, they weren't cast out of the church. They
Mm-hmm.
voluntarily left the church, which, if you look historically, that's what all heretics and schismatics do. They Nestorius was pleaded with to stay in the church. It was actually Nestorius that voluntarily eventually just left it, and then
He
he was
didn't even
condemned.
show up to the council. He didn't
Yeah,
even show
exactly.
up. Didn't bother showing up.
They wanted to plead with him, and they do that with every heretic. Now, to answer the broader point, it should be noted that being mistaken, which many hierarchs throughout history have been, including saints in the church, being mistaken does not immediately condemn you, right? There is a, like Alex and George
There's an
both said, there
opportunity
is a,
for repentance. Yeah.
correct, yeah, and we're not eager to cast people out willy nilly on these things, because we understand that those hierarchs and bishops, they have souls as well. We want to, those people are in very difficult positions. We should be praying for their souls, and we should be praying that God illuminates them further so that they can continue to grow themselves, because they're in a position that's far more precarious than anything we will ever experience. So, with that being said, yeah, the GOC and the TO position is just not tenable because of a multitude of reasons, but just one of them is that. And then also, like, they anoint more bishops in their church than they have parishes. Almost, it's absolutely ludicrous how many they have for the population that they have. They have the bishop to laity ratio is like astronomical.
Yeah, and Josh, if the rudder is something that you're concerned with, I think you'll probably know very well that a lot of the ancient canons forbid clergy from being clergy and simultaneously holding a political office. The Pope of Rome is a political figure. He's also the head of the city-state of the Vatican politically. He is the monarch of the city-state of the Vatican. So he's in, not only with the Filioque clause, are they like an open violation of 6 of the first 7 ecumenical councils, which reaffirmed the creed at the second ecumenical council. I mean, if we're going to get into the nitty gritty of it, he's an open violation of the ancient canons that forbid clergy from holding political office openly. I'm not saying the Orthodox have a spotless record with that either, but at least, the Orthodox system has some give within it to where, yeah, we will have some clergy that make mistakes. We will even have bishops and hierarchs that make mistakes. But it's not a system level defeater for the paradigm in the same way that, when the Pope of Rome does something like that openly without repentance, to where it's a defeater for the Roman Catholic paradigm.
Hey, I'm just saying bye. Thanks for letting me speak. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming, George.
See, the thing that you said, believe it or not, is actually something I've never heard before, like in the way that you said it. Because multiple EOs have told me various things, and even priests. So my main hang-up with Eastern Orthodoxy isn't any of the squabbles or the infighting. No, I don't care about that. No, it's when I look at some of these canons, and it states that when you pray with heretics and schismatics, that you are automatically excommunicated. So when you read that, do you interpret that, like, those texts and canons as most of the hierarchs technically have excommunicated themselves, or no?
No.
I think, yeah. I guess I'll go ahead and then Nikolai can give your take on it. I would say that, these rules don't operate by themselves. It's the same way where like a sola scriptura Protestant will say, well, like, oh, the Bible says this, the Bible is the authority. Well, the Bible is an authoritative document, whereas the rudder also is an authoritative document, you know, not on the same level that the Bible is, of course.
Mhm.
It's they're administrative rules, right? That of course we follow, but they need to be enforced by someone. So when we see those rules, it would be like, okay, there is a foundation for the excommunication, but that needs to be considered by a synod. And I mean, what you're talking about is one of the greatest attractions to me to Holy Orthodoxy. That look, we don't have a cookie cutter approach to everything. We look at things on a case by case basis because everybody's facts and circumstances are different. You know, so they need to be evaluated. And you know, there are so many considerations that go into being a patriarch, a hierarch. A lot of these are like bishop issues. And I don't think they disqualify the system as a whole. So I guess, Josh, sorry, that's a bit, that's kind of a lot of content, but I guess I'm going to have Nikolai go, and then Cleve is also here. I'm going to let Cleve speak, and then maybe at the end of that, Josh, we can get your reaction to all of this.
Yeah, sorry to drown you, Josh. Just want to make sure that I highlight something that was on my mind because I tend to forget things if I don't spit it out. So, one of the things you need to remember is, like Alex was saying, there is context to a lot of these things. And with the rudder, it's oftentimes you'll see these like statements like, if this happens, but then you don't actually look at the context surrounding that. Why was that something they said? Well, what it was because a bishop would go off to a parish that was a heretical parish and literally do services with them and pray with them in that context, right? Ecumenical meetings on like arm's length is a little bit different because there's other considerations to be had, like these people live in the same nation as me, which previously that wouldn't have been the case, right? These people are going to the same events as me, and it's kind of like on a distant lens. We're looking at it from the sky level. And also, I think the last thing that I would just want to note is that, again, like Alex was saying, the church is theanthropic, right? It's a living body of the church. It's not like something that we look at anachronistically at like, oh, we read all these documents and we apply them today. No, the church is living today and applies it as it understands it today. The bishops today have the same authority as the bishops back in the early church. They have the same ability to bind and loose. So I think that's something they also want to keep in mind. That's why the synods are slow to condemn people, because it's a complicated world we live in compared to today. Like, for example, the overlapping jurisdiction issue in America is a phenomenon of modernity because of the movement of people being much more extreme than it previously was. And so that's something that at some point we probably will have to address. But it takes time to figure that stuff out because you had 80 plus years of communism completely overshadow the church for an extended period of time. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, we'll let Cleve go, and then Josh, you can have the last word on this.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? I was just gonna say, one thing that a lot of people don't understand when they're, especially if you're diving into the rudder and canon law and things like that, is the canons are not self-actualizing magic spells. It's not something that puts itself in action. If it is a disciplinary canon, it must be applied by a bishop, and if it is a disciplinary canon that even a bishop is subject to, that would be an opportunity for one of his peers to apply it against that other bishop. That's the way that it works. It's not like you're laying down a trap card in Yu-Gi-Oh, and they they're like, oh, you prayed with a Muslim or something, you've activated my trap card now. Technically, like, your see is vacant or something. That's not the way that it works. They have to be applied. So the canons are like a medicinal toolkit for the bishops to use. It's up to them to apply them. Now, granted, within the rudder, it says they cannot reject the canons. They can't reject the canons and say these no longer apply, but they can apply them with acrovia. They can apply them with economy, so on and so forth. So acrovia would be like the rigidity of the law. So to the exact letter, for instance, let's say like if you were to read like Nicaea 1, I believe, what is it? Canon 20 says no kneeling, I believe, question mark. It's either 20 or 12. One of those two canons says no kneeling on the Lord's Day or something along those lines. But yet you'll see sometimes in the American context, you can apply, the bishops have applied economy in that particular instance, and they will allow it within particular Americanized parishes, which, I mean, you can have your own opinion on whether or not you think that's appropriate, but that does fall within the economy of the bishops that rule over that jurisdiction. So I hope that's not too much information, but I just wanted to make that clear because you were saying it's like an automatic, like no bishop needs to apply anything. It's just kind of like spiritually understood. The see is vacant. That's not how that works. It's a bishop would still have to apply each of those canons.
Yeah, thank you, Cleve, for putting it more succinctly what I was trying to say. That like these things don't just happen by operation of the rule. You know, you need people to enforce them. And like Cleve said, this would be a canon. Canons are applied by bishops. The bishop would apply the canon. It would go to the consideration of the synod, and then the canon is applied. But Josh, that was a lot. We'll give you the last word here, and then we can move on.
I mean, all of it made sense, and it is. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, like, it is right. Yeah, I'm like I wasn't trying to make it sound like, you know, as what Ben said, some magical spell. No, but I don't know. I've always had an issue with that. You know, like if I'm under roll core and Patriarch Kirill has done, well, a lot of things. Then I ask myself, what am I supposed to do? Like, obviously, I can't openly call him a heretic, you know, because that's not my place. So it's like like I switched to Antioch or I switched to Bulgaria. You know, like for me, that's something that has always really confused me because I have never seen that in the first 1,000 years of the church. I could be wrong though, but
Well, I think part of the beauty of Orthodoxy is that we're not bound to one person's opinion. Like, for example, Patriarch Kirill, of course, is a very influential figure within Orthodoxy, but he doesn't speak for Orthodoxy. The synods speak for Orthodoxy. My patriarch, Daniel of Romania, incredibly intelligent, wise man. But he doesn't speak for Orthodoxy either. The synods speak for Orthodoxy. So I don't know, Cleve, if you had anything to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I think with the ecumenism anathema, are you referring to the 1983 ROCOR anathemas against ecumenism?
actually no, but well, there is that too, but specifically no.
Which canon are you referring to then?
Let's see. Apostolic Canon 45 and 10. While like it talks about if you pray with a schismatic or with a heretic, that you are excommunicated and deposed of.
Okay, yeah. So the disciplinary canons within the apostolic canons.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those would need to be applied by a bishop. The reason I bring up the ROCOR anathemas is because those are actually, if you were to read the Rudder, in the preface of the Rudder by Saint Nicodemus of the Holy Mountain, he states that all of the canons must be upheld unless subsequent divinely inspired council decrees otherwise. So within the context, oftentimes you'll hear people bring up like the 1983 ROCOR anathemas against ecumenism. And they'll say, well, doesn't that technically like make ROCOR fall under their own anathema or something along those lines? But that was actually abrogated in the reunion documents. So at that council in which ROCOR rejoined with EMP, those anathemas are actually abrogated by that council. So if you were to look at the way that the canons are applied, even within Orthodox canon law, even if you were to just go solely, because you were talking about the Rudder earlier, if you were to go solely based off of what's detailed in the Rudder, the canonical way of the application of these canons would be the disciplinary canons, they're getting applied by bishops, right? I mean, obviously, also the other canons, if there's some kind of anathema that would put you outside of the church and you're within the church, the bishop would still have to take an action to remove you right from the church. Like it's not like oh, now there's some like force field that prevents me from entering into the from entering into the divine liturgy. Like I'm just gonna get blasted backwards or something. It's like do not enter or something. It's still they still have to be applied by the bishop. But I wanted to clear up the 1983 ecumenism anathemas if that was the case. But if you're referring to the apostolic canons, yes, those would still need to be applied by the individual bishop.
So then, if let's say like they fall under the same thing that these state, so the not so they don't automatically affect them immediately unless if there's a synod, right?
Or if another bishop decides to press the issue, like because that's the
Okay.
right, they're brother bishops. So
Yeah.
that's why the Roman Catholic canon law kind of goes off the rails, right? Because you have in the first millennium of the church, right, you have the pentarchy, so you have the 5 patriarchs, and then the one patriarch splits off from the other 4. Now who's holding that one patriarch accountable? Nobody. So you basically, it's like, okay, well, it's easy to be king of the castle and no one can judge the first see when I'm all by myself. You know what I mean? Um, but with the synodal system, conciliar church governance system, their brother bishops can look at those canons, and if they apply to other bishops, they press the issue. You know what I mean?
That's Peter and Paul in Galatians.
Right. Correct.
Yeah. So, Josh, I hope we got you to reconsider your choice in going to Roman Catholicism a bit, and I hope that helped elucidate some of the finer points here. Roman Catholics, if you're in the chat, if you're looking at the stream, if you're in here, please request to speak. You guys talk so much smack in the comments, yet, I commented back too. I said, hey guys, I'm streaming tonight at 9. Let's come talk about it. And I don't see any of you guys are here. You all chickened out. You should do your top 10 books every Orthodox should own while we wait for the Catholics to show up. It'd be cool if Ben and I went back and forth on that a little bit. Ben, I don't know how much time you have to hang out here. Would you be down to go through like a top 10 books?
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. What was that?
No, I have a comment in my chat here. It said, you should do your top 10 books every Orthodox Christian should own while we wait for the Catholics to show up. I don't know how much time you have to spend in the space here. Would you be down to go through like top 10 books?
Sure, yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in because the rudder was one of my biggest obstacles, into becoming or seeking into entering into the Orthodox Church. So, I mean, I had a lot of different conversations with people who specialize in canon law before I decided to take that step further. So I was like, maybe I could share some unique insight because that was one of the things I super struggled with.
Yeah, I'm glad you did because it did sound like that guy was coming. Josh, he was coming from a similar angle to where at least the smarter people, they get caught up in the weeds a little bit. They get caught up in things like the rudder and the canon law. But yeah, it takes a bit of spiritual guidance, I think, to get through it. But I guess I'll go ahead and start with my first 4 of the top 10 books over here. And I'll go in order of what kind of got me towards orthodoxy. And a lot of the books that I bought were me just checking Jay Dyer's claims to make sure what he was saying is true and that he's not just making this stuff up. So the first ones that I would recommend would be on the formation of the biblical canon. So the first few books for me that were very influential were F.F. Bruce, Formation of the Biblical Canon, Lee McDonald's book on the formation of the biblical canon, and there was a book by, what's his name? I think Timothy Michael Law, When God Spoke Greek. And in this book, this one doesn't have that much attention in the YouTube apologetics space, but I think it's a great book. He's more of a liberal scholar, right? So you have to, take him with a grain of salt. But he makes the case that the differences between the Septuagint and the Proto-Masoretic text, the Masoretic text that we have today, the Dead Sea Scrolls, that these were not just different translations. These are outright different manuscript traditions. And although the overall narrative is, more or less the same, I mean, it is the same in all of these manuscripts. The details are different. And for me, the details mattered.
Yeah, absolutely. I've noticed that too. Using uh moving away from like if you were to look at the NIV, for instance, that translation will mislead you on many key points, and you really don't notice that unless you're really doing in-depth study into some of these different manuscript traditions. It's interesting the way that they will intentionally word things to deceive people in some of these newer translations. I don't know if you've ever noticed, like, um, well, I mean, they'll even omit certain parts and state that, well, these manuscripts didn't have it. Like it was um I forget exactly which verse, but it was like one of the triune verses was like Father, Son, Holy Spirit. They're like, this is not present in later earlier manuscript traditions. But I'm like, dude, I could find patristic citations of this from like the first or
Yeah.
second century. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So what kind of scholarship are you guys actually doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah. A biased scholarship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. A couple of recommendations for me, I guess, would be the Yaroslav Pelikan set. The first one is the emergence of the Catholic tradition that goes through the first 600 years. I'm just looking at my bookshelf right now. The emergence of the Catholic tradition, which my cat chewed up all of my note sticky pads that I had poking out of the top, which is horrible. I was mad. I saw it this morning. I was like, I'm letting him outside. No, I'm just kidding. She's like, you cannot let that cat outside. Anyway, but that's a good for like a general overview of church history. It's a good set to kind of go into, and it'll give you kind of like cliff notes from history, replete with citations. So if you want to do more detailed reading on each of those subjects, it'll tell you where to find it in the different patristic texts. But that's a 6 volume set. So if you want to look at that, the first 3 are pre-Reformation, the next 3 are post-Reformation. So the first 3 at least are good to read in the Orthodox context. I mean, I guess if you want to see the innovations of Protestants, it would be good to read the next 3 as well. Another one that's kind of short would be Gregory Palamas, the Triad. So if you want to learn about essence energy distinction from somebody who articulated it very well, and and also about hesychastic prayer and things like that, and on uncreated energies, that would be a good place to, I guess, kind of start if you're not just already reading that in some kind of like basic catechism text. Like you can like recommend that for people that are maybe they have a lighter reading skill, maybe one of the catechism texts. Like, I don't know. Some people will say The Orthodox Way by Callistos Ware, but I'm not a huge fan of some of the verbiage within that book because it's got like it's like we know where the church is, but not where the church isn't. I think that's not articulated very well.
Yeah.
A better way to articulate that would be we know where the spirit is, but not where he isn't. You know what I mean? Like that would be better. We know
Yeah, I
where the
agree.
church and where it isn't. You know what I mean? Outside of the
Yeah.
church is not the church. It's not like we don't hold the branch theory. That's what you're making it sound like we hold to. But what else? I mean, those would be, I guess, a couple basic text to read. Oh, Losky's Mystical Theology. That would be good because it helps you to understand why every bit of doctrine is necessary and how that flows into other aspects of the life of the church. So, for instance, if you were to, it's not directly mentioned in there, but this would be like the principle of text. If you were to remove essence energy distinction and swap it out with absolute divine simplicity, then you wouldn't be able to have coherent Eucharistic theology because you would either have to affirm that you're participating in the divine essence of God or a created grace. So
Right.
it's like a strange dialectic you force yourself into by rejecting other aspects of theology. So all interesting books. There's a ton that we could recommend, but those would be, I guess, a couple.
Yeah, on a scale of like 1 to 5, how would you put the difficulty of like Pelicon's 6-volume set for somebody who's learning, like just getting into church history?
You said a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the hardest.
Yeah, let's do that.
3.
I would also give it like a 3.
Yeah,
Guys,
I don't
if
think it's
you
I don't think it's that hard.
Yeah, I agree. If you guys want a challenge, I'd say Dimitri Staniloy's 6-volume set. Man, that guy is like in another world. Man, he's in another plane of existence when he's talking. I'm just like sitting here. He's talking about how, like, the philosophers talk about laws that are unbound by anything and they just autonomously exist. I'm like, what is this guy? What is he even talking about? So his stuff is really good, but it's going to take some time to go through that if you're interested in
Oh,
Orthodox theology. Yeah.
you know what? I actually do have another recommendation.
Yes.
This isn't actually a theology book, but this was something I was reading as a Protestant that I think kind of helped um, set the tone a bit, and it gave me subconsciously, I guess, moved me in that direction as well. The Brothers Karamazov by
Mm,
Dostoevsky. So I
very
read that.
nice.
I mean, I would probably give like a 4 difficulty rating,
Mm-hmm.
but it was that was an excellent read, and a lot of the theological, like, little hidden gems in there were very interesting. Um, like the automatic kind of assumption of holiness and the incorruptibility of the body, especially in the death of the priest, where they were trying to slander him by saying, "Look, his body's rotting. He must have been like a sinful man." Like, there was all sorts of like little interesting theological tidbits all throughout that text that were super interesting. But it's a super long book, though. It's like, if I remember, I think it was like 800 pages. It was pretty big.
Right. Do you have any specific books on the papacy, since I guess that's the topic of the stream today? Any that you would recommend on the papacy in particular?
Yeah, go buy Rise and Fall of the Papacy by Craig Truglia.
I was just gonna
Or
say that. Yeah.
or I haven't read this yet, but I heard from some other Orthodox apologists that the new 2-volume set, The Heirs of the Latins, on Uncut Mountain Press, are pretty good.
Yes, definitely check out Uncut Mountain Press, guys. They are doing like excellent work, especially in terms of like translations and getting out material from the East that has never hit the Western world yet. And they're only just getting started over there with Father Peter Heers. They have so many works in the pipeline. It's like unbelievable.
Mhm.
For me, as one book that I enjoyed was The Papacy and the Orthodox, the Sashinsky book on it. Papacy and the Orthodox Sources in History of Debate. Um, I'm probably like 70% of the way through the book. And he really goes out of his way to be, what's the term? To be charitable to the Roman Catholic side, to the papacy. And he really goes out of his way to present both sides of the argument. So I think he does a pretty good job. I would combine that together with Michael Welton's Two Paths. Some of the information in the Two Paths is a smidge outdated at this point, but if you combine it with Sashinsky's book, you're going to have like all the updated information that you need. And of course, I cannot give Craig Truglia's book glowing enough recommendation. If you heard in the interview of Dr. Joshua Sijuade with Justin Menard on Transfigured Life podcast, that was one of the books that was like a clincher for him, that brought him over from the Roman Catholic to the Orthodox position. So we got a
Yeah,
super
I
chat.
also read
Yeah, sorry.
that shortly before I converted too. You can
Craig
actually you
Truglia's
can
book.
actually see, yeah, you can see before, when I was a Protestant, Craig came on the channel. We were talking about his book as well. So you can actually go verify that in real time.
That's awesome. We got a super chat from Nixie for $2. Thank you, Nixie. Keep up the great work. I will try. I'll do my best, man. Saint Dumitru Staniloi now. Yeah, that's right. Confessor Saint, or Saint Confessor Dr. Dumitru Staniloi. That's right. They gave him a pretty long title there. Any Roman Catholics in the stream? Any Roman Catholics in the space? Let's go. You guys talk so much smack. Your papacy is made up. It's not real. We got Josh, who I got to give him props. He had the courage to come on, and he was very ironic in his attitude, which is great. But come on, guys, let's debate the papacy. Where are you guys at? No debate bros on here tonight.
You gotta go tag them before you start the stream next time. Just tag a bunch of them.
Yeah,
And
my
then,
biggest mistake was not
post rage
consulting you
bait.
first before the stream.
Consulting me like I'm like a rage bait expert 101. Yeah, go tag Pope Respector and he'll share it for you. You get free reach. There you go.
See, that's the genius that we have, and no wonder you became came to the Orthodox side.
Yeah, the genius of rage baiting. Just tag Pope Respector, papacy fake. By the way, you want debate? Open space here.
Cowards. There's a little bit of smack talk in there. I feel like every single stream about Roman Catholics draws endless amounts of RCs in the chat, except the streams asking them to join the stream. Yeah, Jesus is Lord Nate. Yeah. Tag Elijah Yassi. That Momo always runs from debates. That's funny, dude. I mean, he did have a formal debate with who was it? He had a formal debate. I think, wasn't it Cassian King who set that up? I'm pretty sure it was Cassian who set that up. They were debating the papal minimalist position, which I still don't know what that means. Maybe you could bribe them to come defend their position by saying if they don't come, you'll have Gavin Ortland as their stand-in. Yeah, I mean, Gavin Ortland would be very ironic in trying to triage the accretions between all the positions. Yeah. Would you say that lawyers inherently struggle more with philosophy and metaphysics? I wouldn't say that they struggle more with philosophy and metaphysics, just we're more concerned with telling a story. So in litigation, we're not really taught to, like, we're taught to make good arguments, of course, and that's important. Like, your story has to have a logical flow to it, but it's more about the power of storytelling. If you read, I have a little yellow book here that if you're actually more interested in like storytelling and persuasion, it might be useful. It's a little yellow book. It's released by, who's the publisher here? Princeton University Press, How to Win an Argument, an Ancient Guide to the Art of Persuasion. And really all it is, it's an anthology of Cicero's writings. So we actually have a lot of Cicero's like opening statements in his actual trials. And there's a reason why he's known as like the archetypal lawyer, because he was really good at his job. And you'll see like in these, even through the translations, that guy can spin a persuasive tale. So if you can tell a good story, that will go a much longer way than presenting someone with a syllogism. At least that's what we learn in becoming effective courtroom lawyers.
Chief, in your comments on the YouTube, was saying he's in between wanting to become Orthodox or Roman Catholic, and he says he sees what the Roman Catholics do in the community, and it makes him want to become Roman Catholic because he sees what they do. I guess their presence, so on and so forth. This is what I would say to you. If you are intellectually convinced of Eastern Orthodox, but it's the social factors that are making you think about Roman Catholicism, or the fact that maybe it's convenient, or it might open up more doors for you as far as fellowship or status, so on and so forth. What matters is, do you believe it is actually the Church of Christ established? And if you don't think so, and you think it's a deviation from that, right? Then nothing should prevent you from entering into the church that Christ actually established. That's the thing that matters more than anything else. Like, is it an hour or two drive? You know, that ultimately doesn't matter at the end of the day. We're called to pick up our cross and carry it. You know what I mean?
I don't think I could have stated that better myself. And I mean, maybe there is room to give the Roman Catholics props on this. Like, I look at Lila Rose and like, do I think she's right? No, I think she's wrong on a lot of things theologically, but I have to give her credit. There are probably many young women who have opted against aborting their children. I should probably say unaliving their children because of her work. Like, I'm sure that the Roman Catholics have a great positive impact on society, but that has nothing to do with whether their position is true or not. And as Cleve said, it has nothing to do with whether they are the true church or not. Blaze, you requested to speak.
What's up, dude?
What's up? What is your position?
I'm Orthodox.
Oh, tight. All right. What's up, man?
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
No, it's because that guy right now was he was saying that he's in between Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy, and I just wanted to come on here and give my story behind why I chose Orthodoxy.
Yeah, go
So-
ahead.
So I was raised Roman Catholic, and I would go to like mass, and it was like, as a kid, like I never really understood it. No one really explicitly taught me the faith. All I knew was, oh yeah, Jesus is God. He died for you on the cross. Mary is the Queen of Heaven. And so on and so forth. But nothing was really like explicitly taught to me. So kind of fell out from that stuff when I was a
Would you
teenager.
say it was like they kind of failed in terms of like catechesis?
Yeah, that too. I mean, for me, like I was only baptized. My family kind of failed to put me through like confirmation and put me through catechism and stuff and whatnot. So it sucked in that sense because I would have benefited from it. Like just having a more grounded kind of teaching on Christianity because I really didn't know much about it when I was a kid. So that was the thing. But I would go to mass here and there and whatnot, and it for the most part it was just really boring, and it was a Novus Ordo, mass and whatnot, and that's gonna play in part with like why I chose Orthodoxy, and so kind of high school, college went through the whole motions of drinking, smoking, doing all parties and whatnot, doing all that stuff, and after a while it just kind of gets to you and you have a void in your heart, and you like basically just you need some type of like spiritual like healing. You need like a foundation in your life, and that's where kind of what led me to Pentecostalism, and I became a Pentecostal when I was like 20 years old.
Hey, charismatics represent. Let's go. The charismatic to Orthodox pipeline.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. I know you're Romanian Pentecostal. I know, yeah. It's just, yeah, brother. It was, and they taught me a lot of great things from Pentecostalism, honestly, and like stuff like Jesus is the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. They taught me that. That was really cool. That's an ancient teaching. That goes back to Justin Martyr. And so like stuff like that, they taught me a lot about forgiveness and love and whatnot, and these things are great, but that's where you get exposed to all the weird tongue stuff and we would have prophets come in and they would say weird prophecies, man, like really weird prophecies, and it was always involving money. It would involve wealth, it would involve status a lot of the times, and it was just like after a while, it just kind of, you look at the scriptures and you're like, does that follow through? Like, what was the first century, second century? Like, were they talking about this all the time? Like, nah. So
Yeah, if you can go on a little bunny trail here, did you end up reading Seraphim Rose's Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future?
No, brother. Actually, I have not. I only have the Soul After Death from him. That's about it.
That's also an excellent work. I just bring it up because he has a chapter on charismatic Christianity in there, and he makes this point that like, yeah, they are really interacting with the spiritual realm, and every now and then they might like they might get something good that happens, but to your point, I think you were kind of alluding to this too. they don't really know what else they're exposing themselves to in the spiritual realm. There's a lot of things they're exposing themselves to, and they have no
Oh,
guardrails.
no doubt, brother. And it was just a lot of, just a lot of weird stuff. People on the ground laughing, just weird, like just for about 10 minutes straight, you know, at church and stuff and whatnot. Just all the stuff going on, and it was just like, what is going on here? And you see women screaming and just like being like hysterionic, and it's just like, what is going on here?
Sounds like
But
borderline terrifying at some point. But
yeah, no,
so
it is borderline terrifying, and you feel like it has Jesus, so it feels like, oh, that's the truth, and it's like, oh well, I guess I have to buy into it somehow. It's like, it feels like you're kind of like forced at gunpoint, like you have to. It's like, going to the store and you want to get some oranges, but all they have is like, like some oranges that are overripe or barely ripe. They're not. It's like I want the proper food. You know.
right. So you raised in Roman Catholicism, made your way to charismatic Christianity. How did you get funneled through to Orthodoxy?
So I spent 2 years as a Pentecostal. Talked to my pastor. I was like, "Hey, I don't believe in this stuff anymore. We got women pastors. We got all this prophecy stuff. It doesn't really align with Scripture too much. So I'm leaving." And basically, that's what happened. I became Reformed Baptist for about a year over there, and they were putting me through all the institutes of John Calvin, Martin
Mm-hmm.
Luther, Lee, all that type of stuff. And I just like, to me, like, Calvinism is such a bastardization of Christianity, in my point of view. And for anyone to kind of have that system, I just feel like they're lost, and they think they have reason, they think they have true scholasticism, and all that type of stuff. They think they know what they're saying, but they're like, it's completely defunct. And so I left that after a year. Then I became a non-denominational person, more or less, and the church that I joined was a Zionist church. Like, if it's the biggest church in my county. I live in Southern California, and
All
it's
right,
the
cool. Yeah, let's try to not drop names. But yeah, you can go ahead. You can probably, folks that are from there can probably put two and two together. But I just got to interrupt real quick. Contemporary Compendium with $5 sub, like, comment and hit the goal. Thank you very much, Contemporary Compendium. You are the man. I have seen you here since probably day one. Uh, so Blaze, go ahead. You were talking about how you started off in Roman Catholicism, had a stint in Pentecostalism, moved more towards like a Calvinist, maybe like Baptisty even, or
mm,
Reformed type of church. And then you went to an independent Bible church.
yeah, more like, yeah, it was heavily Zionist, and I just got really into it, and basically around that time period, I just started reading, like Justin Martyr and a bunch of different fathers from the first century, like Clement and Papias and
Like the
Ignatius.
apostolic fathers.
Yes, exactly. And I was heavily into like Muslim apologetics, because I just think that that is false as well, a very horrible thing. And so Sam Shamoon and stuff and whatnot, and then I got exposed to Jay as well, through that. And yeah, it was a benefit, but these guys were kept talking about the Eucharist. They kept talking about baptismal regeneration. They kept talking about so many of these other doctrines that felt foreign to me. But when I read the scriptures, it was correct. It was putting two and two together. It was like, yeah, you can actually get that doctrine from the scriptures.
Yeah, it almost comes alive, right? See,
No,
your
no
whole
doubt.
life you go around thinking that it's just like a symbol, and then you have Peter saying, oh, "Baptism now saves you." It's well, that kind of. I guess he meant it literally.
Yeah. And so, I kind of adopted a lot of like, anti kind of you would say like apostolic doctrine stuff in my time in Protestantism, Neo-Protestantism. And I was like against Mary. I was against the idea of the Eucharist and whatnot. And I like kept reading like Hebrews, and the Hebrews kept talking about how we have an altar that those who work at the tabernacle, they don't have the right to eat. And that verse kind of was like weird to me. I was like, what does that even mean? Like, you can't, like, what are you talking about? Like going to the altar, like an altar call? Like, oh, you give your life.
Altar call. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll say the Jesus prayer for you. And so stuff like that. Like,
yeah, as
you
a
know.
little bunny trail, I mentioned this on my interview with Cassie and Kyle from Barrel Aged Faith. In our conversation, we were talking about the importance in like the history of altars in Christianity, and you see that like right from the catacombs that they were using the sarcophagi of the martyrs as altars in the Eucharist. And we still there's one church, I guess there's probably a few apostolic churches that hold to that tradition today, so it'll narrow it down at least a little bit for the inquirers as to which one is true. The Orthodox Church today, they still have a relic under each altar, which you also see that in the Book of Revelation with the martyrs under the altar. But yeah, go ahead. You were talking about like how Hebrews 13, that passage about the altar really kind of formed your inquiry.
Yeah, no, that definitely that was something, and like stuff like, like people were baptized in the name of the dead and whatnot, and in First Corinthians, or I can't remember exactly what it was. It was from the other Pauline epistles, but
yep, yeah, I think it's First Corinthians 15.
Yeah, so stuff like that, and it's just like what does that even mean? And then you kind of get deep into all the fathers, and I have a history degree. I went to school. I have a bachelor's degree, and history is really important to me. And so I just kept searching and searching and searching, and I was like really convinced of all these like ancient doctrines, and this is where it comes down to the whole Catholicism and Orthodoxy thing. I was thinking about becoming Byzantine Catholic, because that something intrigued me about the East, and I thought, oh man, well, I mean, I was baptized Roman Catholic. I can be brought back into the church really easily and stuff and whatnot. But then Orthodoxy, and I had to go deeper into Roman Catholicism, and that's where stuff like Vatican II hits you, and it's like, whoa, this is totally different than
it's not what I signed up for.
Yeah, it's not what I signed up for. No, you're right.
Yeah, because I think they do try to sell like the Byzantine rite within Catholicism as like, oh, you can get the best of both worlds type of thing. But real quick, Silva, thank you so much for the membership. You are awesome. It's because of memberships, that I can produce more frequent content on this channel. Memberships do help out a lot because I would like to take this full time. I think I do have a lot to offer to the conversation here. So Blaze, go ahead and continue. You were getting to the climax of the story, how you were deciding between, the Eastern Rite Catholicism and Holy Orthodoxy.
Yeah, you just, you research a lot and you look at, like, for example, Pope Pius XI's, his bull, his papal bull, Mortalium Animos. I think that was released in 1928.
Yep.
And he basically says, hey, Roman Catholics, you cannot have any like inter-religious activities, relations with people who are not Roman Catholic, and and it's just like you look at the Council of Florence, you look at all these, the Council of Trent, and they say there's no salvation outside of the Roman Catholic Church, and yet you see how in the Vatican II, how they're saying stuff like, Muslims, they, worship the same God.
Along with us. With us, they worship the same God, yeah.
Yeah, and Hindus can achieve salvation. That was actually something that Pope Leo has just, he literally just admitted to recently, and a lot of the Roman Catholics, they were kind of coping about that, like, oh, Hindus can worship the same God, but they don't have salvation. They can't have salvation. It's
cope, a bunch of copium.
Yeah, it really is, honestly. And so, I just couldn't I couldn't have myself go back to that, and so orthodoxy was the only route. And so to the brother out there who's really thinking about, becoming, either Roman Catholic or Orthodox, I mean, you have to accept all of these doctrines, and all these, councils, and I mean, Francis literally said these councils are irreversible. These reforms are irreversible. You can't go back.
Yeah, they're magisterial, so your intellect and your will must submit to the teachings of those councils. And I think another thing that's overlooked with Vatican II is the changes to the traditional Latin Mass. And I did see some statements from Pope Francis as well, like you're saying, Blaze, that these are irreversible. We will be changing the Mass. There will be no more traditional Latin Mass. This is irreversible in the same way that you said. And like, I don't know how, as a traditional Roman Catholic, these guys can deal with it. And, eventually you're going to have the same thing with, I think, the Eastern Rite Catholics too.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I believe there was like some they're Byzantine Eastern Catholics, and it was right around the time of Vatican I, and the whole idea of the Pope being infallible was something that was completely like foreign to them. And when the news came out about Vatican I and about how the Pope not only is supreme over all the bishops, but he's also infallible, a lot of these people are just against the idea. And so,
Yeah.
it's and you got to look back at history, look at all the popes who were excommunicated or put, they were removed from the diptychs in the ecumenical councils, like, Pope Vigilius, Pope Honorius. You have, for example, Pope Stephen. You got Pope, forgot his name, Irenaeus, Pope Victor, with Irenaeus and Cyprian. They
Yep.
they were against, these popes, for, trying to, um, uh, bind people's consciences, to bind the entire church to their rulings. And all the bishops went against them, and so,
Yeah,
it's
and not
just
only went against them nicely, like when Eusebius talks about it, he says that the bishops reprimanded Victor, like they gave him a
yeah,
stern
they
talking
rebuked him.
down to.
Yeah, no, they rebuked him for sure. And
Yeah.
so, that the whole, it's just, you cannot put two and two together. I mean, with Roman Catholicism, it's just, so, I mean, respectfully to all the brother who's seeking, I would totally recommend Orthodoxy. But yeah, sorry about that, Alex. I know I spent a good minute kind of rambling, but I just wanted to help that brother out because it's really important, man. Because I mean, it's your soul matters. And like, imagine, I can tell you right now, like, I can give an analogy for the dude. Let's say you have a fractured leg. I mean, what do you want? Do you want a Band-Aid, or do you want to go to the hospital? Like, you definitely need the hospital, man. And that's what the Orthodox Church is. It's the hospital for the spiritually impaired. It's the proper place for healing, really. And you might get some cool stuff out of Roman Catholicism, but you're not going to get the healing that you need. You're not going to receive something that's profound, like, the energies, and and noetic prayer, and these things really help. Like, they heal you. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, the Jesus prayer has, like, totally, like, it's transcended everything in me, and it's like, it's like, I can't even describe it to you, and it's healing me, one day after another. I'm still a sinner, I still need help, but I can tell you right now, there's so much profound spiritual wisdom that's out of Orthodoxy, and you can't really receive that from Roman Catholicism. So,
Man, that's awesome. So as if we could sum up, it would be like the historical points and the historical continuity, the Vatican II teachings that are not optional, the Vatican I teachings, which also are not optional, and then on the Orthodox side, the deep spirituality and healing of your heart that you really can't get anywhere else. Does that more or less sum it up?
yeah, brother. I mean, that's it. I mean, exactly it, man. Just history can't. Ultimately, it does not favor the side of the Roman Catholics. I mean, you look at Richard Price. He had that interview
Mm-hmm.
with Theology, and he admitted the Eastern Orthodox position. And so,
Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, that's all I got to say right now. But I appreciate you having me on, Alex. I appreciate your work, brother. I mean, I was sharing your icon video, your relics and icon video with all my friends, and they really love it. You're doing a great work, brother, and I really appreciate you. I'm gonna be praying for you and your new YouTube channel. So
Thank you very much, Blaze. I appreciate that very much. I will keep that in mind. Guys, what do I have to do to get a Roman Catholic in here? Chat. Was I like too ironic in my title here? I said let's discuss the papacy. Should I said like debate, or should I just have done like what what Cleve said and just tag Pope or Spectre and start talking a bunch of smack? I'm not trying to be like that, but if the algorithm demands it, I might not have a choice. What are we talking about in here? The restoration of animals? Can we say that like that was an awesome testimony from Blaze, by the way? Probably going to clip that one. Testimony of Roman Catholic to Orthodoxy. It's a long journey, but he made it in the end, and he found the healing that he was looking for. Rage bait more at Lofton. Yeah, Chief, I'm glad you're in here, Chief. If you want to call in at any point and talk about it, I mean, we're available, man. Not so many Roman Catholics, but honestly, with the call-ins that we've had tonight with Josh and with Blaze, I think we've made some good progress. I think Blaze's testimony will help a few people. The papacy admits defeat after hearing my video. Man, I should have asked the chat. What on earth? You guys are great. Yeah, but even retitle the space to Pope or Spectre is a loser. That might be effective. But then, then I'm going to be accused of being like super mean. I was trying to be like the nice guy in all this, but if it's necessary to go the other way around. But there is so much working against this papal ecclesiology. Not only historically is it untenable, as you heard, Blaze talk about, where like you see even in Acts 15, I think that is such an understated point. That James says, "I judge that we." And like, who is the we there? That's St. Peter. Well, St. Peter, according to the Roman Catholics, isn't bound by anyone except himself. And nobody can review the decisions of St. Peter. Nobody can bind St. Peter to anything. You see in the Bible, St. James binds St. Peter. He says, "I judge that we." And moreover, of course, you see Paul reprimanding Peter, and he says, I said it to his face, that he was fraternizing with the Judaizers a little too, he was being a little too friendly with them. And when St. Paul talks about the pillars of the church, who does he mention first? He mentions St. James. He doesn't mention St. Peter. Which is telling, because throughout the Gospels, of course, Peter is the leader. You see him first in the list. And I think it's a huge point that says, "James, Cephas, and John, those esteemed pillars, gave me and Barnabas the right hand of fellowship when they recognized the grace given to me." It's Galatians chapter 2, verse 9. So, a big part of the Roman Catholic apologetic is Peter appears first in the lists. Clearly, he's the leader of the disciples, and that's true in the Gospels. But when you get into the church age after the Gospels, there is a list, and St. Peter is in it, and he's not first on that list. He's actually second on that list to James. And he talks about 3 pillars in the church, not one. And like I showed in the video, Revelation says that in the church there are 12 foundation stones, the 12 apostles of the Lamb. Just take the W and get a good night's rest before liturgy tomorrow. Yeah. I guess I will take the W. Nobody shows up. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm just going to keep on calling him out because Yeah, they don't want to talk about it. They'll talk mad smack in the comments. Nobody shows up to the live, even though I ask them all to. Like, I literally responded to the comments. I said, come to the live tonight. Talk about it like a normal human being instead of like, a bridge troll. The other issue with the papacy is the gay stuff. Yeah, the gay stuff, I agree. I try to not use that as a polemic because there's issues within the Orthodox Church as well. Given, I don't think it's anywhere near the extent that we see the gay stuff systemically ingrained in some parts of the Roman Catholic Church. I think I've heard Jay talk about that sometimes, where he went to, I think he said it was a Dominican monastery, and he definitely got that impression there. And of course, like, these are not arguments. I think the contradictions between like papal encyclicals and just contradictions between what they teach and the historical argument is more powerful, at least philosophically. Although the gay stuff, I think rhetorically is is a powerful rhetorical device. I talked to a Roman Catholic yesterday about James presiding over Jerusalem, and he said Peter ran the council because he spoke out first before James's judgment. So what? In a trial, you have the prosecutor, he speaks first. The defense, he doesn't even have to speak. He can waive giving any statement if he wants to. That doesn't mean that the prosecutor is running the trial. The judge is running the trial. So just because he spoke first, that's a horrible argument that Roman Catholic used against you, Nate. That's a very bad argument. Joe Heschmeyer said Paul rebuking Peter publicly about his Judaizing was proof of the papacy. Oh, as everyone else was too afraid to approach Peter. Oh, that's an interesting lawyerly spin on that. I mean, you have to put it into the context of the claims that they're making, right? Like, what are they claiming? They're claiming that St. Peter had full, universal, supreme, unhindered power over the entire church. His decisions were subject to review by no one. No one can bind St. Peter to a decision except St. Peter. Yet you don't see that. Nobody acts that way. Like, you might see some honorifics somewhere that talk about, St. Peter this, St. Peter that. And of course, he was the first among the apostles. Yeah. That doesn't mean that doesn't substantiate the jurisdictional claims. Here's the thing, is that I feel like Roman Catholics, they will conflate these two issues of like primacy and having special honors. And it's a very specific objection that the Orthodox have. It's a jurisdictional objection. He did not have universal, supreme, personal jurisdiction over all Christians everywhere. You just don't see that. Nobody acts that way. I sent you the citation that backs up the statement that canons aren't self-actualizing, by the way, for the rudder guy. Where did you send it, Cleve? And my DMs. Okay. The rudder from St. Nicodemus, footnote, Canon 3 of the Holy Apostles. Canons cannot defrock or excommunicate. What does this say? We must know that the penalties provided by the canons, such as deposition, excommunication, and anathematization, are imposed in the third person according to grammatical usage, there being no imperative available. In such cases, in order to express a command, the second person would be necessary. I'm going to explain the matter better. The canons command the synod of living bishops to depose the priests or to excommunicate them or to anathematize laymen who violate the canons. Yeah, so there's more to this quote. The citation is the rudder from St. Nicodemus, footnote, to Canon 3 of the Holy Apostles. Canons cannot defrock or excommunicate. There's more to this quote here. I think that kind of sums the essence of it. But yeah, no Roman Catholics. We had one, and he was very nice. And we have him, it seems like we have him reconsidering Orthodox Christianity, which is a huge W. Herb Derp 3426 says, no one could judge St. Peter, yet Paul did. I mean, that's the thing, is that the language is so strong in Vatican I. Here, let me pull up my Denzinger, because like, I'm looking at it through like my lawyer lens, and I'm thinking, you cannot have stronger language than this. Like, No offense, Elijah Yassi, but like papal minimalism, my butt, man. Like, not trying to be too crass or anything here, but like, listen to this language. This is insanity. The word alone comes up about 1 billion times. Because of the divine right of apostolic primacy, the Roman pontiff is at the head of the whole church. We also teach and declare that he is the supreme judge of the faithful, that one can have recourse to his judgment in all cases pertaining ecclesiastical jurisdiction. We declare that the judgment of the apostolic see, whose authority is unsurpassed, is not subject to review by anyone. Yet, what do we see with the Third Ecumenical Council? You guys know that prior to Nestorius in the Third Ecumenical Council, the Council of Ephesus, that there was a regional council. There was a council held in the See of Rome with Pope Celestine that excommunicated Nestorius. Wouldn't that be sufficient? What on earth do you need an ecumenical council for if this is true? What they say, that his authority is unsurpassed, not subject to review, nor is anyone allowed to pass judgment on his decision. Yet, as Herpderp, Herpderp 3426 said, if no one could judge St. Peter, then why do you have Paul judging St. Peter? It goes on, it says, therefore, those who say that it is permitted to appeal to an ecumenical council from the decisions of the Roman pontiff as to an authority superior to the Roman pontiff, stray from the straight path of truth. This is insanity. This is not what you see in the history. Nobody acted this way. Pope Leo's tome was subject to review by the council at Chalcedon. And not only that, the Egyptian delegation from Alexandria said, hey, actually, we don't feel comfortable agreeing to this. Let us take it home so it can be approved by our archbishop, by our patriarch. Well, hold on a minute. I thought that everybody understood in the early church that the Pope had universal personal jurisdiction over everyone and everything, all Christians everywhere, always for all time. Always for all time. Lots of table pounding. I mean, I feel pretty strongly about this. Like, I don't want to be too triumphalist, but like, look at this language. Like, this is their language. They're trying to get us to believe that the Pope is not subject to review. It takes like 5 minutes of Googling to look at the decisions in the Third Ecumenical Council. That was the review of a decision of the See of Rome. It was a review of the decision of the See of Rome. They're trying to tell me here that Rome's decisions are not subject to review. But Alex, what about the keys? Did you hear my earlier mention of the keys? In the Fourth Lateran Council. Okay, I'm pulling up the primary source documents because as an attorney, I'm a nerd about primary source documents. The subject is the Eucharist. Okay, this is what they're talking about. And here's the passage from the Fourth Lateran Council. No one can perform this sacrament, the Eucharist, except the priest duly ordained according to the power of the keys of the church, which Jesus Christ himself conceded to the apostles and their successors. Apostles, plural. All the apostles had the power of the keys. This is a magisterial Roman Catholic teaching. They have to believe this. This is not, it's not an option. Silva, that is an excellent point. When James, in Acts 15, when James passed judgment on Peter, he said Peter was correct because what Peter was saying lined up with what the prophets was saying. So what do we see? We see St. James scrutinizing what St. Peter said. So he's testing it against the prophets. He's not saying, oh, well, Peter is the highest authority here, guys. We have to defer to Peter. He's not saying Peter was the highest authority. We have to defer to Peter. He's saying what Peter is saying actually lines up with what I read in the scriptures. And, you know, I'm going to judge. I'm going to incorporate what Peter said into my judgment. And then I judge that we. He binds everybody there, the elders and the apostles, including Peter, to his judgment. And, you know, this is the same thing that you see in, like, let's take a Supreme Court decision, for example. You don't have 9 opinions. Like, it's not like each judge writes their own opinion on every single case that appears in the Supreme Court. They might. Sometimes that does happen. But most of the time, more often than not, you have a majority opinion, a minority opinion, right? Binding decision and a dissent from the binding majority decision of the Supreme Court. And it's not like those people in the majority all write their own opinion. There'll be one person who writes an opinion, everybody else signs on. And the Supreme Court is such a good example for what we as Orthodox Christians see as like primacy within the early church. I'm not saying the early church was like the U.S. Supreme Court starting in 1776 onward, okay? I'm saying it's a decent and imperfect, but a pretty good analogy. You have a chief judge, I think it's Chief Justice Roberts right now in the U.S. Supreme Court, who has a primacy of honor amongst all the 9 judges of the Supreme Court, okay? Does Chief Justice Roberts, are his opinions any more binding than the rest of the 8 other judges on the Supreme Court? No. He has a primacy of honor among the 9 Supreme Court judges. But it doesn't mean he has any more powers. It means he has more responsibilities. He has to manage the dockets. He has to do all this administrative background work, you know, taking care of the hiring and the firing of the support staff and whatnot. His decisions are no more binding than any others. There are 9 Supreme Court justices. They all have equal power. And this is a good thing to remember, too, that when we're talking about a council, I remember there was a commentator who tried to make it sound like, oh, so a church council is just a democracy, right? Just you have a position and then all the bishops vote on it. A church council is no more a democracy than Supreme Court deliberations, right? You have debate. You have people trying to persuade people to join their side, right? And sometimes, you know, you're surprised with where a justice lands with a case because everybody kind of knows their background. Like, are they more conservative? Or are they more liberal? I think Justice Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett in particular have surprised us with some of their takes on some of the decisions, but this just shows that they're open to being persuaded. And this is how church councils run too. There's debate. It's not just a vote. You debate and you come up with a binding decision. I don't get how people don't see this. From my perspective, it's like so blatantly obvious that this is how the church operated in the first 1,000 years. Oh, I have some requested. I was not paying attention. Ortho Rifleman. What's up, man? What's on
Hey,
your
Alex,
mind?
how you doing, man?
I'm well. I'm ranting over here.
Yeah, no, actually, I was just actually having this discussion that you were having with, some of these Catholics earlier, and that was in regards to the Fourth Lateran Council. You know, I present this argument to them, and the one thing that they always try to dodge with is they say that, oh, that means sharing the ministry of the keys, and sharing the ministry of the keys is not the same as all of them having keys. These people don't understand the function of what the keys are, which is to bind and loose. The other kill shot that I would add in for Rome is the Fifth Ecumenical Council, which grants Cyprus autocephaly. That in itself completely dismantles their entire position.
Yeah, I agree. And there's numerous canons where you can see that, like, unless you assume or presuppose the Roman Catholic position, if you just start from the beginning and go through the history, there's no way you can see Roman Catholicism or like papism. There's no way you see that in the early church. You have to presuppose it for it to be there. Like in the apostolic canons, there's so many, like within the compendium of canons, that talk about how bishops cannot cross into other bishops' jurisdictions unless they have permission.
Right,
And
you
there's
see that
no
in
exception.
Constantinople 1, Canon 2,
Yeah.
and then you see that with Nicaea Canon 6. These are the most obvious. And then, like I said, I add in the Fifth Ecumenical Council because that right there shows that, and not only that, but here's the other thing about the whole issue with the Fifth Ecumenical Council giving autocephaly to Cyprus. That was freeing Cyprus from being ruled by Antioch. So, I mean, that should paint the whole picture that, I mean, and obviously Antioch is not under Rome. And then, the other issues that you have is that, you know, yes, Rome had primacy, and yes, you would always appeal to the first see first. But there are instances, and there's plenty of them, where Rome is not the first see that is always appealed to. For example, you have St. Basil, who first appeals to Rome. Rome does nothing. In fact, he even called them at one point useless. And so he had to go where? He had to go to Antioch
That's right.
in order to have anything, to solve anything done to solve the dispute at that time within his jurisdiction.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what can stop us as Orthodox Christians from saying to Roman Catholics, like, they will assert this thing. You don't have the Petrine See. I mean, we do. We have Antioch.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, we have a
and in fact
Petrine
their
See.
popes admit that. Their popes admit that there's actually 3 Petrine Sees, which is Antioch, Alexandria, and one other. So yeah, they forget that. And I can't remember which pope exactly quoted that.
It was
I have
Pope
to go
Saint
back and
Gregory the
look.
Great. He had a letter. I don't remember the letter exactly, but I'm pretty sure it was Pope Saint Gregory the Great.
Yeah, that actually sounds about right. But yeah, no. So yeah, so it was Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch. Those are the 3, and at the time anyway, pre-schism. And so when they talk about Peter, it's like, okay, well, all these places have apostolic succession from Peter, but they continually make Rome to be a big deal because Peter simply died there. That's it. There's nothing else that they equate to that, but there's no backing for this claim that it means that because Peter died there, that means it has this absolute um, universal jurisdiction over all. I've even had Catholics say that, okay, the keys imply universal jurisdiction and papal infallibility. And I ask them, okay, well, where do you find that? And they'll say, well, Matthew 16:18. So this is just a circular argument,
Right.
So I think a lot of people today that convert to Catholicism do so out of ignorance, and or some of them do it, in my opinion, I think they do it for political reasons, or they use it as a political front. But I mean, look, I started attending, years and years ago. I attended, RCIA while I was going to Orthodox Vespers, and I live in Idaho, by the way. So I pretty much checked out every single Catholic church here except for one. I went to all the masses here, and I can tell you that it's basically boomer mass, like the whole thing. In fact, one of them has praise bands. I'm not joking you. And it was ran by Jesuits. They had guitars and drums, and they were celebrating the mass this way. And I'm like, this, and I, before, going to RCIA, I'd come from a Lutheran church. And for me, I was seeing the Catholic church actually had a less reverent service than the Lutheran church I was
Oh,
going
wow.
to. I'm like, how is this possible? How is this possible that this is the succession of Peter? This is the succession of the apostles. What I'm witnessing here, that it's this watered down. I mean, to me, it was just like there's just no way. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these new people that convert to it thinking, oh, it's Crusader Church and all this stuff, and they want it to be trad. This hasn't existed in the Catholic Church for almost 70 years now. Like this, it's gone.
Yeah.
Nothing like this exists. Everything that they talk about, want, hope for, it's gone. You
Yeah.
might find a traditional Latin mass here and there, but it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. It is not the normative mass that you're going to find.
Yeah, and it's inevitable that the traditional Latin Mass will disappear because of Traditiones Custodes removed uh, the one last loophole, I guess, which is Pope Benedict's kind of stoppage to the Vatican II reforms to the liturgy. And Pope Francis did away with that. And it seems like, at least if I can trust Dr. Taylor Marshall's diagnosis of the situation, that you're going to see a very aggressive push to discontinue the traditional Latin Mass entirely. Now, I did have a friend of mine who sent to me an article that said, like, wow, the Vatican they granted permission to like one bishop to do the traditional Latin Mass in St. Peter's Basilica. Like, dude, who cares? Who cares about that? They have many dioceses that are in America that are completely shutting down the traditional Latin Mass.
Yeah. No, it's true, and I think the one person I laugh at the same time I get frustrated with I'm sure you know of him on here. He pops up for everybody, but Pope Respecter. I call him Cope Respecter. But yeah, he the stuff that I see these people bring up with Orthodoxy will criticize the Pope for X, Y, and Z for promoting whatever, like their Jubilee and promoting the Rainbow Cross procession and the all the
Yeah.
LGBT stuff. But the thing is like they'll come after us and say, "Oh, well, Bart said this and that," and it's like, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, we don't have this same structure that you do, where this
Bart
Pope
doesn't
is
have
supposed to
full,
be
supreme, universal, and unhindered authority over the whole church. Like it's apples and
correct. Yeah.
oranges. It's like apples and I don't know, a fish. Like it's so far from like two possible comparisons. Like I can't think
Oh
of something
yeah.
more far from the Pope.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous that the mental gymnastics they go to, and I think the other thing I always bring up with them is that I always bring up Nostra Aetate, which everybody knows about at this point, which is
Yeah.
them believing that they have the same God as the God of Islam. But they try to make the argument, well, what about the Nestorians and the Monophysites and all these people that, they didn't have a proper image of Christ, therefore altering the Trinity. And I'm like, no, that's not how that works. Christology and the Trinity are two very very different things.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I find them widening the goalposts on that.
Well, you know what would
But
be excellent if there was an institution that could like draw the borders or like put down the boundaries for what is an acceptable Christology or not, right? It's called the Orthodox Catholic Church.
right. Well, I mean, and all these things were defined in the Fourth Ecumenical Council. So I don't know why, they have this issue. For me, and I've heard Jay Dyer say that, like, these people really don't read, any of their documents, and over the past years that I've conversed with these people, I think it does hold a lot of weight. I think
Mm.
that these people ultimately they don't really know what they believe in. I think that they've taken it on their face and on its face rather, and they have not read any of these documents, which is kind of surprising. You would think if you're going to stake your soul on something, you would thoroughly read what you're getting into.
Gonna do the assigned readings on the syllabus, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is something I had to do. I
Yeah, or at
mean,
least like pick up
uh,
a manual, right? Like they have manuals on this stuff. Like it's not I mean, I think Catholicism is moving away from that manualist tradition like full speed. But I mean a
oh
lot of that is
yeah,
still like accurate stuff.
you're correct. And when I was going through RCIA, it was actually quite a joke. I mean, their catechumenate program is total garbage. Mine was led by Jesuits, and that was just a train wreck. They were even saying things such as Adam and Eve didn't really exist. It's not literal. Genesis is not quite literal. This is truly what's happening within their church.
Mm,
So,
cool. All right.
well,
Well,
anyway,
yeah, thank you for your thoughts. Ortho Rifleman.
thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Nepsis, what's on your mind, man?
Hello.
What's up, brother?
How you doing?
What's on your mind, man?
No, and I wanted to speak on the papacy just a little bit. I'm Orthodox Christian myself. Um,
Nice.
and what's interesting about the papists is that any argument they bring, you can just find some other patriarch where it's happening also due to their prerogatives. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, I mean, do you have any specific example on that?
Yeah, so
Like
let's take
anything particular? Yeah.
the example that happened in the 4th century with um Bishop Athanasius of Alexandria. Do you know that controversy a little bit?
Of course.
So you know how he got deposed because of the Eusebians and he fled to Rome, right? And what the
He was
papists
good
like
friends with the
saying,
Bishop of Rome.
correct? Yep.
Yeah.
And they like saying that, oh well, Pope Pope Julius I held a council and reinstated him back to the Alexandrian See. But wait, so did the Patriarch of Jerusalem. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, Maximus III, uh, held a council in Jerusalem and restored Athanasius back to his dignity and to the see, and wrote letters to the bishops of Egypt and Liberia saying that Jerusalem is reinstating this bishop back to the see. So wait, does Jerusalem also have papal supremacy?
I mean, that sounds like a double standard to me if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, it's the exact same situation in which they try to
Yeah.
use for Pope Julius the
I
First.
think that's a good point, is that like any polemic or like apologetic that they have, you're right, we can probably find the same, like another patriarch doing the exact same thing somewhere else. It's like when they use the honorific language to try to like prove papal supremacy or something like that. It's like, yeah, we can find people said a whole bunch of things about a bunch of people, but like they're ignoring the hierarchy of authority there. Like that's a beautiful thing about Orthodoxy. We don't follow one bishop. We don't follow one person. So like, just because one guy said something, like who cares? Who cares? Like one guy said something, great. A papal legate was talking up his boss at the Council of Chalcedon. Great. Who cares? Like, duh. Of course he's going to say that. It's his boss.
Yeah, exactly. But they don't understand that because they just presuppose their system back into the first 1,000 years.
Yeah, I think that's the only way that they can see that. That's an excellent
I
point,
al-
Epsis.
I only running reductios, like leading them to absurdity, like that's the only time I can see actually getting anywhere in a conversation with a papist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're a tough shell to crack.
I haven't had a papist be able to give me a valid answer to the canonical aspect of adding to the creed.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to not have an answer for that. Clearly the creed has been unaltered until they altered it after the schism.
Can I say that's one thing that, as Cleave to Antiquity would say, that's been a bit of a pebble in my shoe? Because, you know, the first time I read St. Photius's Mystagogy of the Holy Spirit, I think it's an argument that's overlooked. But one of the first arguments he makes is, you guys changed the creed. You violated 6 out of the 7 ecumenical councils. And I've never heard anyone provide a good rebuttal for that.
Yeah, and popes too, like Pope Leo III, who explicitly condemned,
That's
people
right.
from adding to the creed,
Yeah.
and said that he wasn't even above an ecumenical council, even if he wanted to add it to the creed.
Yeah.
He even says this himself.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot to be gained from that controversy. Absolutely. And that speaks to like the underlying issue, right? Is that even there are many popes that admit, Western fathers that admit that the hierarchy of authority is that an ecumenical council is over all the bishops, every single bishop, no matter how much honor they have, they are bound by decisions of an ecumenical council. And this is not the Roman Catholic hierarchy of authority. That's the Orthodox hierarchy of authority.
Yep. Exactly, and one more thing too.
Yeah,
like all their pro filioque people that they love to quote, like whether it's Saint Augustine or someone else, like they weren't even teaching the filioque. Like Saint Maximus the Confessor in his letter to Marinus lays out what the Latin West was teaching at the time, and they were just teaching, economic procession. And even in the 8th century, you have letter from Athanasius the Librarian, who was close to many popes, a top theologian in the West, saying in his letter to John the Deacon that the West is not teaching a hypostatic procession, and that the Greeks were lying about it, and that he quotes the letter to Marinus from St. Maximus, saying that all we're teaching is about mission, not of hypostatic procession.
Right. And I mean, St. Photius, his response, I think, is also very useful. I mean, St. Maximus, of course, that like idea where he's saying, no, they were not teaching double hypostatic procession. They were teaching like an energetic or economic procession. Well, Saint
Mhm.
Photius says that, like, look, even if Saint Augustine taught the filioque, which I think he probably did, but even if he did teach the filioque, he did not teach that dogmatically. Like, he wasn't anathematizing people who disagreed with him. This was just like something he put in De Trinitate. It was just like his opinion. It was not something that he would try to bind people to.
Yeah, me personally, I don't believe he taught it, but I know
Uh-huh.
there's an argument on both sides for that. I don't think any Latin father taught the filioque at
Mm,
all, or even Eastern. I
mm,
think St. Maximus clearly lays out the what the West has always understood about what the filioque is, and even there's nothing wrong inherently with the word filioque when it's understood in its proper context. That's
right.
what um, Saint Gregory II of Cyprus said in the Council of Blachernae.
Yes.
When it's
Yeah.
when it's understood in the proper context, right?
Yeah.
Then that's when it's an issue.
Yeah. Agreed.
But I appreciate it, Alex. Keep up the good work. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Nepsis. God bless you too. Catherine,
Hey,
what is up? Glad to
um,
have you here.
so I think I don't know if people have brought this up, but something that really got me thinking when I was considering Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy is if the papacy is so important, why wasn't it in the creed? And why wasn't it one of the first things talked about in the councils? I think that's something that needs to be. I don't know if that's a good argument, if you would think that that's a good argument, but to me, it seems like if this is so central to the church, why wouldn't it be one of those tenets? Um, so
I
I
mean,
don't
I
know if
think
that's a good argument.
there's certainly something to be said there that, like, look, if there is one bishop who, as according to the Roman Catholics' own words, right, has full, supreme, universal, and unhindered power, that's straight out of the catechism, right? Those four adjectives: full, supreme, universal, unhindered power over the whole church, never subject to review by anybody, nobody judges the Roman See. I think we probably would have heard about it within the
Right.
first few hundred years. I think you're right. There is something to be said for that. And there's just like, there's a question lingering in my mind, which again, like you, I'm not sure. I have to think about it a little more. So I'm not sure if this is like a great argument to use, but there's an argument from like efficiency, right? Like, why are we going to get like all these bishops through rain, snow, sleet, hail, bandits, robbers, whatever, on the road to travel hundreds of miles to Constantinople for a council when all we have to do is send a letter to the Pope of Rome,
Exactly.
right? And I think you're right that there's like a huge lack of any evidence of it, and I think that speaks volumes. That's my point, that like the only way you can see this Roman Catholic hierarchy of authority is if you start with it, because I think, like you're alluding to, if you just go through the history and like, look, I'm going to put all my beliefs aside. I'm just going to start from Acts 15 and I'm going to work through every controversy from there, right? You see that the Pope's decisions and his declarations are subject to review. That's like a big claim that I really can't get over, is when they say that the decisions of the Pope are not subject to review by anybody. Well, that's just not what we see. Like, nobody acted that way.
Right. And I think I brought up this point one time to a Roman Catholic, and they just basically had an argument from silence that it was just assumed, and they didn't need to defend it in the early church because it was just practiced. It was widely practiced, and it didn't
Yeah,
need to.
everybody knew.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like it would be there would be evidence, very clearly that, the Pope was acting in such a way unilaterally in all these
Mm-hmm.
decisions in the councils. And it would be something, I mean, personally for me, I don't know, this might not be a strong argument, but if the creed is central to early Christian belief and it's like universal, well, the belief of the papacy is supposedly a universal belief, and you would think that it would be codified in some way. So for me, I don't know. I would think that's a strong argument, but maybe other people wouldn't. But that's all I had.
I mean, I think there's some bite to that for sure, because it's like, look, they do mention the church in the creed, one holy Catholic and apostolic church. I mean, you say, like, is it really like so much ink and paper to put in a few more words and be like, led by the Bishop of Rome? I mean, I think you're right that there is something intuitively there that like it just doesn't sit right with me, and you don't see anybody acting that way. That the Roman Catholics, you know, in the way that these people would act if the Roman Catholic claims were true. I guess my question for your friend would be like, in regard to that argument from silence, okay, great. Can you get to your conclusion without presupposing a papacy? Like just look at the documents. Like forget the framework of your beliefs. You know, just look at the documents. Can you get to your belief just from looking at the documents? I don't think so. I think the answer is a resounding no. But thank you for calling in, Catherine. I love your tweets and the information that you share there. You share really good information on your feed. So, any papists want to come discuss the papacy? I've been sitting here for nearly 3 hours. You guys talked so much smack in the comments, and I responded. I invited a bunch of you guys to come here. And literally only one guy showed up, and he was very nice. But I was expecting you guys talk so much smack. I mean, where's everything else? Okay, let's go to the comments here. Oh my God, my computer's freezing up. Here's the herp derp summary. We Roman Catholic scholars and a few clergy acknowledge the first. We're talking about the Chieti document, are we? We Roman Catholic scholars and a few clergy recognize that the first 1,000 years of the church was conciliar and not papal. You have to be careful with the word conciliar when you're talking to Roman Catholics, because that has a very specific meaning within Roman Catholic theology, right? So in their mind, conciliarism involves secular powers inserting themselves into the affairs of the church. That's how they see conciliarism. They would call it synodality. So that's why the title of the Chieti document is, you know, synodality, or primacy and synodality in the first millennia of the church. So when you're talking to Roman Catholics, you have to use, at least a Roman Catholic that's familiar with the literature, you'd want to use the term synodal. You wouldn't want to use the term conciliar, because that means something different for them than it does for us. What if I'm not a papist, but I'm a vapist? I would say to taper off the vaping, you know, probably go to like a nicotine patch, and then eventually, it's not good to have a dependency on those things, right? Yeah, the Chieti document, I agree. I think it's a strong argument. The thing is, like, it's not magisterial. However, I went to go look at like who signed off on this document, right? Because that's like who we got to take the abstractions, and we have to make them concrete, right? So instead of saying like, look, I have a document from a Vatican commission that says the church of the first 1,000 years was synodal. It's called the Chieti document. It's much more powerful to say, I have 2 cardinals. I have 10 bishops and archbishops. I have like 4 scholars. These are high-ranking Roman Catholic clergy members. All of them agree with me. They all agree with me that the first 1,000 years was synodal and not papist. And they admit that. I think that's a much more compelling way to present the evidence, right? Because we don't want to sell ourselves short. We want to make the most of what we have. And that's a powerful piece of evidence. So the way to frame it would be, yeah, we have 2 cardinals signing off on this. We have however many. There's a ton of, I didn't even count them, but it's something like, I don't know, it looks like between 10 or 15 archbishops and bishops that signed off on, they approved that document. They signed off on it. Their signature is there. And it helps us. It basically admits our position. So I agree, guys, that is going to be a big thing in the years to come, especially in apologetics towards the heterodox, bringing them into the church. They have fear deep in their hearts, Alex. I think that's a good assessment, Octavian. I think it is such a fundamental belief. Like, you know, I am of Cephas. It is so fundamental to their identity that, yeah, it's scary. And I'm empathetic to that. You know, I get it. I think your average trad cat, which is not the average trad cat on Twitter, I think your average trad cat is a person who's like probably very conscientious, was like raised in Roman Catholicism, is trying to do everything right, trying to follow, go by the book. You know, they were taught that you have to be in communion with Peter, and that's what they're trying to do, even though it bites them in the behind every opportunity it has. So in a sense, I feel bad for them, and I'm not trying to mean that in like a condescending way, but in a sense that I feel bad for them because they're trying to do everything right and they just keep on getting punished for it. There's like a Stockholm syndrome there. This was a great stream. It helped me with my anxiety-filled day. Good. I'm glad, Chief. I'm glad. Papal allergies have given me a synodal infection. Bro, I have the best chat. After submitting that Chieti document, how many had the guts to go Orthodox? And that's a great question. I think I agree that it is a powerful apologetic. To be honest, I had never heard of the Chieti statement before Alex's video. That's a problem. I should talk about it more in that case. It really should be at the forefront. I'm of the opinion the Chieti document is under-referenced and will slowly drive nails into their ecclesiology for years to come. I mean, they admit it, man. They're confessing. They are confessing. It's like from that movie in The Big Short. It's like, why are they confessing? It's like, they're not confessing. They're bragging. They love to read the papacy into Orthodox ecclesiology to try and get us. Many Protestants do the same when it comes to our councils and synods. Yes, that's why we have to know our material better than they do. There's no way around that. You have to know it better than they do, and you have to know their materials better than they do. So that's the things, like there's no way you can get around just like putting in the work and doing the readings. But you know, if you are entrenched in the readings and you like know what they say, there's a certain confidence that that comes with just knowing the material. And a lot of people don't realize that, but once you know the material, you'll be able to speak with a lot more certainty, because you'll hear what somebody says and you'll be like, dude, this guy has not done the readings. I remember in law school, that was like one of the main things because, you know, we have the Socratic method in law school, right? So, the professor will like just cold call someone in the class and be like, you know, so-and-so, Johnny, tell me the facts of this case that you guys were assigned to read. And then they get cross-examined in front of the entire class, basically. And there's no way around that other than actually knowing what the material is. And you can tell by like some of the questions that people ask, you're like, dude, this guy did not do the reading, because they're like so totally off base. Or you can tell by like how somebody talks about the case, they're like, dude, they did not do the reading because they have no idea what's going on. Pope Benedict said the same thing the Chieti document said. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Cleve. I think that's a good, that's also an underutilized apologetic, I think. I think Eric Ibarra has a whole, Substack article behind a paywall on that Pope Benedict quote. It shows we are one because we allow for everyone to have a place in the church. That's just centralization. That's not unity. But I see you have the quotation marks around there. But yeah, that's another conflation that Roman Catholics makes between unity and centralization. I think Paul is so clear throughout his epistles on what unity in the church means. It's unity of belief. It's unity in the sacraments. Nobody should be saying things like, I am of Paul or I am of Cephas, which really that's what the entire Roman Catholic apologetic boils down to. Like, I am of Cephas. That's it. Like, I can't wait to do my next Pope video, because I feel like in this first one, I laid down a lot of the framework and, you know, explained some key terms like hierarchy of authority. Like, which hierarchy of authority do we see the church applying? The Roman Catholic one or the Orthodox one? And then some basic ideas like from early church fathers, Western fathers, St. Hilary, St. Ambrose. I think that St. Ambrose quote is also underutilized. Let me pull it up. Like this guy was the mentor of Augustine, okay? St. Ambrose. Nor was Paul inferior to Peter, though the latter was the foundation of the church, and the former was a wise builder, knowing how to make firm the footsteps of the nations who believed. So they're both working on the building here. Paul was not, I say, unworthy of the fellowship of the apostles, but is easily comparable with the first and second to Peter. No, just kidding. It doesn't say that. It says second to none. But as Catherine was saying, you know, if the Roman Catholic ecclesiology, if papism is true, isn't that what you would expect to see? He was second only to Peter. No, he was second to none because they're all apostles. They all have the keys. He was second to none. If everyone has a place, then it's not the body of Christ. I mean, yeah, it depends on what sense you mean, Nate. Because it's like, yeah, everybody who's baptized, everybody who's in the Orthodox Church, they all have a place. But I agree that, like, you can't have this, like, I don't know, utopia vision that it seems the Roman Catholic Church is trying to create, where, like, oh yeah, we have the Uniates here, we have the Melkites here, you know, we have the SSPX guys over there, which they don't even like the SSPX guys, and we have the whatever clown mass over here. Like, that's not how it works. It's supposed to be united in worship. This is something St. Athanasius talks about in one of his festal letters also, is that, like, look, we are all singing. I'm just actually going to get the quote, because I have the book right here. This is why I have Post-its in my books, because I'm going to have a thought like this. And, like, I remember this quote because I posted it. He makes such a strong emphasis on having the same worship over here. See, what letter is this? This is Festal Letter 11. It's a longer one. But towards the end, I don't have a paragraph number. It's like towards the end of the letter. He says, for not one place alone keeps the feast, but into all the earth their song has gone forth, and to the ends of the world their words. And the sacrifice is not off. There's a real presence reference. And the sacrifice is not offered in one place, but in every nation incense and a pure sacrifice is offered unto God. When, in this united manner, from all those who are in every place, praise and prayer shall ascend to the gracious and good Father, when the Catholic Church, which is in every place with gladness and rejoicing, celebrates together the same worship to God, when all men in common send up a song of praise and say amen. He emphasizes sacrifice, incense, and the same worship being sent up to God. And now you have this division between the Tridentine Latin Mass and the Novus Ordo Mass. I think it's pretty safe to say that's not the same worship anymore. It's not. I think Benedict was showing signs of getting off the leash. That is why they forced him to retire early. They forced him? So I don't know that much about that. Maybe they did force him. That's pretty crazy. Maybe I should learn about that. Why is doctrinal development a problem for RCs if justice changes based on time period in the Bible, i.e. slavery? Okay, dude, I messaged that Joshua guy, Joshua Haynes or whatever his name is. I messaged him because I was so scandalized by his stance that slavery is not inherently evil. You know, Gregory of Nyssa calls slavery blasphemy. That sounds pretty inherently evil to me. Yeah, so I messaged him. I said, will you do a formal debate on this? I tweeted at him on X, right? X'd him on X, whatever the term is. I had a post. I tagged him in it. I was like, dude, I will formally debate you tomorrow on this because you could not be more wrong. I think that this is a basic misunderstanding of the law. And I'm not trying to pick on you, adorable wheat 80. But look, justice doesn't change based on time period in the Bible. There are certain permissions. God has grace over humanity and permits certain things out of his long suffering for humanity. He's not saying it's okay. He is delaying justice because the fullness of the new covenant has not been revealed. Paul says this in all of his letters. that the law does not make you righteous. The law is not even for the righteous. The law is for the unrighteous to regulate and tamper down evil until the law is meant for a time, right? So it tampers down evil until the new covenant. This is like all of Paul's argumentations. I can't believe that Joshua guy said that. It shows that like a very basic misunderstanding of like what is the law and what is the New Testament. That was absolutely crazy that he said that. There's my tangent on that. It's a basic misunderstanding of the law in the Old Testament. And you have somebody like St. Gregory of Nyssa saying that slavery is blasphemy because you can't have like an imager of God having property rights over another imager of God. It's a form of blasphemy against God. You're disrespecting God himself by, having property rights over one of his imagers. That Joshua guy could not, what's his name? Joshua Hames. If you guys could please like tweet at him and be like, hey, debate this guy on this issue, that'd be great. Because he's a goober. Nate, it's the same with divorce, isn't it? Exactly. That's what Christ, I pointed that out too. I was like, this is the exact same thing that Christ says about divorce. Like Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because of your hardness of heart. But from the beginning, it wasn't so. It's like the permissions for divorce under the law, it was for unrighteous people. It wasn't for the righteous people. And I think it's in Romans, maybe chapter 7, when Paul makes this point. He says, there was sin between Adam and Noah, but the sin was not imputed because there was no law. Right? And then you have the law, and then Paul says, look, I was alive before I learned the law. And then I learned the law, and then I died, and sin came alive upon learning the law. So like people just, this is a basic misunderstanding. I can't believe the Reformed camp is going down and is going to like die on this hill. It's so crazy. I just remembered the new cathedral in Bucharest will be consecrated tomorrow. Yes. The Old Testament foreshadows the papacy from what I've heard. That's so weak. Yeah, I agree that I think Isaiah 22 is what they go to, and they compare like one key given to the high priest to the keys given to Peter. Yeah, that's extremely weak. To that point, I don't remember where I read this, but an interesting observation is how far removed the ancient worship Rome is compared to Holy Orthodoxy, the Coptics, even the Assyrians. Yeah, it is very distinct from pagan worship, but the Orthodox, the Coptics, and the Assyrians have a lot of parallels. Yeah, I think that's probably a good argument for icons as well, Herb Derb 3426. That the Ethiopian church, for example, does not accept the Seventh Ecumenical Council. They weren't a part of the church. They weren't there for the Seventh Ecumenical Council. Yet they have icons. They venerate icons. They love icons. They have like their monasteries like in a cave, in their chapels in a cave, like up on a 700-foot mountain somewhere. And what do you find in there? Icons in Ethiopia. And they don't, they can't agree to the Seventh Ecumenical Council because it affirms the Council of Chalcedon, right? It's a good point. I worked with some Coptic Orthodox for a while, and the way they pray and worship is so close to us. Yeah. And, if they could maintain that from the 400s, and we can maintain that from the 400s, why can't we maintain it for, if we could maintain it for 1600 years, why can't we maintain it for 2000? Could you expand on this understanding of the law? I'm not quite following. Yes, I can do that. Let me pull up some Bible passages for you. Okay, so one of Paul's themes in his letters is that the law doesn't make you righteous, right? What is the purpose of the law? The purpose of the law is to expose sin. Nobody became righteous by following the law. Let's go There's a key passage in 1 Timothy chapter 1. I mean, we can start from verse 5. So 1 Timothy, hey, let me see if I can share this with you guys. Ah, okay, there we go. Perfect. You guys see that? Zoom in a little bit here. There we go. Okay, so we start from verse 5. Now the purpose of the commandment is love from a pure heart, from a good conscience, and from a sincere faith, from which some, having strayed, have turned aside to idle talk, desiring to be teachers of the law, understanding neither what they say nor the things which they affirm. But we know that the law is good if one uses it lawfully, knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous person, but for the lawless and insubordinate, for the ungodly and for sinners, for the unholy and profane, for murderers of fathers and murderers of mothers, for manslayers, for fornicators, for sodomites, for kidnappers, for liars, for perjurers, and if there is any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine, according to the glorious gospel of the blessed God, which was committed to my trust. So this is an important verse because it shows us that, look, the law is not meant for righteous people. It's not even meant to make you righteous. Let's pull up some more verses here so we can talk about the law. I think there's a key passage. I think it's in Romans. I think it's in Romans 7. Yeah, this is a very important thing that people miss. This is the passage that I was talking about in chapter 7. What shall we say then? Is the law sin? Like, is the law bad? Right? Like, certainly not. On the contrary, I would not have known sin except through the law. For I would not have known covetousness until the law had said, you shall not covet. But sin, taking the opportunity by the commandment, produced in me all manner of evil desire. For apart from the law, sin was dead. This is a passage, by the way, I like to use against the Reformed folks who are like, but you're dead in your sins. How can a dead person try to cooperate with God? Well, here Paul says that, like, I was alive without the law. When the commandment came, sin revived and I died. Also later in that passage in Ephesians 2, where he's saying that, like, if you're dead in your sins, how can you do anything? It also says that you were dead in your sins and you walked in the ways of the prince of the air. So how can a dead person walk? So that's just like a horrible, a really bad apologetic from the Reformed. But so Paul says here in verse 9, I was once alive without the law, but when the commandment came, sin revived and I died. And the commandment, which was to bring life, I found to bring death. For sin, taking the occasion by the commandment, deceived me, and by it killed me. Therefore the law is holy, and the commandment is holy, just, and good. Has then what is good become death to me? Certainly not. But sin, that it might appear sin, was producing death in me through what is good, so that sin through the commandment might become exceedingly sinful. Right? So the point here from the first passage, we learned that, like, the law is not for the righteous. The law is for the unrighteous. Here we learn that, like, sin, like the law and knowledge is imputed on you. So sin is imputed on you with knowledge. This is like where the Roman Catholics derive their doctrine of invincible ignorance. And we have kind of a similar corollary within Orthodoxy on that as well, although it's not as formalized as a doctrine. There is another passage, I think. Give me a moment here, guys. That talks about the law. Actually, Do I have my Orthodox Study Bible on me? Because I guarantee you I have it tabbed, like tabulated. Well, it appears I do not. So give me a moment here to find this. Hold on 1 minute. My headset just died. Just got to replace the battery real quick. Hey, here is the point, and this is Romans at the end of chapter 3. Here's the point. That therefore, we conclude that man is justified by faith apart from deeds of the law. So the point is that the law does not make you righteous. The law was meant to tamper down unrighteousness. And here's the key verse. I'll show you. This is the climax of this thing that everybody needs to understand about the law. It's Hebrews chapter 8. So I go with my favorite NKJV. Okay. Where do we start here? Let's go from verse 7. For if that first covenant had been faultless, then no place would have been sought for a second. Because finding fault with them, he says, behold, the days are coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant. He's quoting Jeremiah, with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, who we know Israel is the church, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they did not continue in my covenant, and I disregarded them, says the Lord. This is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days. I will put my laws in their mind and write them on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. None of them shall teach his neighbor, and none his brother, saying, know the Lord, for all shall know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them. For I'll be merciful to their unrighteous, and their sins and their lawless deeds I'll remember no more. And he's quoting Jeremiah, I think it's 31 in the Masoretic text. And here's the conclusion, is that in that he says a new covenant, he has made the first, what's the word here, guys? Pretty sure you can see it. He has made the first obsolete. Now what is becoming obsolete and growing old is ready to vanish away. That's a very important thing to keep in mind with the law, and this crazy argument that slavery is not inherently evil. Why are we going to the law for our morality? St. Paul literally says that the law is not meant for the righteous people. It's meant for the unrighteous. So, SOLA REQUIEM, I have been graced with a fairly high-profile Roman Catholic. If you're here to just chill, that's cool. If you want to talk about the papacy, that's cool too. I have not had a very active, haven't had very many Roman Catholics. I did have one Roman Catholic guy come in. He was very polite. That went well. And otherwise, there are a bunch of people talking smack in the comments on my papacy video. And I literally commented in response to their comments. I was like, come into the live chat. Let's talk about this like normal human beings instead of going back and forth in the comments. And None of them showed up. Just that one very polite guy, Josh. Okay. That's what I assumed after reading up on the law a little. It seemed that he had approval from the whole... Oh, wait, what are we talking about here in the comments? You guys have a totally different conversation going on. Reformed theology is very underdeveloped because they have an incomplete instruction manual and they don't listen to the people who wrote it. Yeah, that's a pretty good point, man. It is underdeveloped. You know what's interesting is when the philosophy bros talk about like Van Til and like Bonson and these guys, and they talk about how they were so close to like orthodoxy or Catholicism, but they're like there are some like missing components to their worldview that only, at least in my opinion, only orthodoxy can fill that. Oh, we have Roman Catholics in the chat. Come to the Twitter Spaces so we can talk. Come to the Twitter Spaces. Host is avoiding my questions. Come to the Twitter Spaces, Truth 373. Come to the Twitter Spaces. Thanks for answering my law question. Host is like 10 minutes up in the chat. Bro, my bad. He hasn't answered not one of my questions. Truth, come to the X. Come to the X Spaces. Pwn me. Educate me. I'm not mean. I heard Emperor Constantine also wrote a letter to the Pope called the Donation of Constantine. LOL. Yeah, join up in the... SOLA. What's up, SOLA Requiem? How are you, my friend?
Hey, Alex, I don't know if you could hear me, but on a Twitter space end, you're coming in like super choppy. Your every other word's cutting out. Just want to give you
my
a heads
bad.
up. I'm just listening right now.
Yeah, thank you for that. Let me see if I can do something about that.
The thing that helps me when I host spaces is that like I leave the space and like refresh the Twitter app, and then just reopen like the Twitter app and like click on your profile because it'll show the space is still running, and that usually helps it out.
Okay, what about now? Is that any better?
Yeah, no, it's a little bit better. It's just like, I was trying to listen to what you were saying, and then every other word you're like cutting out.
All right, bet. Thank you. This is like still kind of new for me. I'm kind of new to like the YouTuber and Spaces thing, so I'm just kind of trying to figure it out as I go.
You get kind of buggy if you try to do Spaces and streaming at the same time.
I see. Yes, my computer was bugging out a little bit, so.
I'm guessing you're on PC right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's probably yeah.
So, you said that if I just like refresh the page, it'll usually fix it.
Yeah, what I usually do when I'm doing streams, I just refresh, and then the space will be running for like 3 minutes if you're not active, and then I just reopen the space, and then like the space is still running, it doesn't close, and you're good. That's what I do.
Okay, I did it. I think I did. Hopefully that did something.
That is way better. Thank you.
All right, awesome.
I can actually hear what you're saying. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry guys. But yeah, I was saying that like I posted my papacy video. There were a bunch of people talking smack in the comments, and I asked them all to show up, and only one guy showed up. Josh. He was a very polite Roman Catholic guy. So.
Yeah, that's always the thing of like social media. Like people have either audiences in like one spot and audiences on the other. Like I know guys who are like really big on Twitter have like zero YouTube group, and then vice versa. People big on YouTube have like no one on Twitter.
Yeah. Cool. So why should I become Roman Catholic? Why should I buy this ecclesiology of the papacy?
Brother, I'm just here to listen right now. I'm getting ready for bed. I got mass in the morning.
Fair enough. Yeah, same thing. It's like almost midnight here, but the chat was
East Coast too.
Was cool. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm over by Detroit.
Wait, I'm sorry. You mentioned something about Romans earlier. You're cutting in and out. I was trying to hear that.
Yeah, so I was talking about that crazy Joshua guy from the Reformed crew, he was talking about how like I'm pretty sure he was just engagement farming, but he was saying that slavery as an institution is not inherently evil. And I was like, man, this guy like fundamentally misunderstands the law and like what the law is, because his whole thing was like, look, in Exodus 21 you see regulations for slavery, and you know what is God doing there? Is he just like telling people to like sin in an acceptable way? Like it must mean that the institution of slavery is not inherently evil. And you know, reading through Gregory of Nyssa, he calls slavery blasphemy. So I messaged him right away and I tweeted at him and I was like, I will do a formal debate on this topic with you, like literally tomorrow, whenever you name the date and time. And I mean, he has nothing to gain from that because his channel and his reach is like way bigger than mine. He has a lot more subscribers, a lot more, just like a bigger channel, whatever. He only has things to lose because, you know, if he debates me and he wins, it's like, oh, well, this guy had a bigger channel anyway, whatever. He probably should have won. And if he loses, yeah, go ahead.
That's really weird. He's making that argument because that's a scholastic argument that was around, but the definition of like slavery they had was like very different from like I guess he's saying, because during like the scholastic period there was argument. I'm not sure if you ever read Aristotle or like his Metaphysics or Ethics, but Aristotle talked about the concept of what was known as like the natural slave, which is simply someone who by their soul, in a sense, are more prone to desires to that which are not good for you. So like, let's say someone who was like, you know, struggling with like, you know, addiction, stuff like that. Aristotle basically posited, and Aquinas later fleshed it out, more of like a view of like indentured servitude. Whereas like, hey, if there's someone you know, like actively, like let's say a drunkard, like constantly struggling with like sin, it ought to be better that they give themselves in this form of servitude to like, you know, an order, like a monastic group of just like doing labor, being isolated. So a good example, like let's say a dude who struggles with like lust and like women, if it gets to the point where it could literally damn you to hell, it's better to save your entire body and your flesh by like, you know, giving your service to the Lord and like, you know, like us being slaves to Christ basically, as you were to like the church in that order for a higher good. But I'm sure he wasn't making that argument. I'm guessing he just made like literal like slavery, like owning another human as property.
Yeah, I think it's like he just didn't. Yeah, I don't. He said as an institution. So like, what else is like a normal person who's reading that supposed to think? Yeah, and he specifically used that language, like slavery as an institution. So I'm like, dude, what is this guy talking about? Is this guy out of his mind?
But yeah, no, I think it's always funny anytime like I'm in my like catechism course for like some of our new guys that we come in and we're like teaching them. Because I've had a guy ask me that question like 2 or 3 times with like Aquinas, and I have to explain like, no, Aquinas didn't say it's okay to own another human as property, or that, you know, if someone's born a certain skin color, therefore it's okay to own them. He was just basically saying like, similar to like how Christ says, you know, it's better to lose like, you know, a hand or an eye than the whole body, like, you know, to perish in hell. You know, if you're like so much just like think lustfully, stuff like that. But that's basically like what Aquinas took from that. He's like, hey, you know, if your lust or like, you know, your sin is so bad where, you know, you can't like beat it on your own, it's better to like remove yourself from like the world, if you will, like be a hermit or live in an environment where you don't struggle with that. Which honestly, like, I don't see why anyone would disagree with that. Maybe, you know, I just think that's like, it's only like bad when it's like it's forced, where like I'm just grabbing a random person and be like, all right, you're going to the monastery now, bye.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think those are all good points. I think from his perspective, it's like he didn't really know what to do with these texts. Like, he didn't know what to do with these texts in like Exodus 21, where it's like regulating like slavery. And it's like the point that I was making is that Paul is like very clear that the law is not supposed to make you righteous. The law is supposed to be like a temporary dispensational tampering down of evil until the new covenant. And I think he makes that point in Hebrews, he makes it in 1 Timothy, and he makes it in Romans. So
I mean, a good like way to just get him is just ask him like, what do you even think the purpose of the Old Testament is?
Yeah.
Why do you think us as Christians have the Old Testament? It's to show you God's promise that, hey, I'm putting you, my people, the Israelites, under this law and covenant. This is not a permanent law, though. When the Messiah comes, he will fulfill the law. And then here comes Christ, where he literally says to the Pharisees, for I have not come to abolish the laws of Moses, but to fulfill them.
Yeah.
you know, through his death and resurrection. That's why us as Christians are under the new covenant, basically, the new law of Christ. Like, I don't get how these people don't understand that. Like,
I agree, man. Like, it just like it beleaguers belief, truly. Elvis, what's up, brother? How can I help you? What's on your mind?
I'm a good brother, and welcome to the first time caller. Um, I was just wondering what is going on here. Like, what is the debate? What is the general chat of the whole thing? Because I'm ready to come in.
Well, it's
Yeah.
turned into a bit of a chill stream, but I'm open to being persuaded towards the papacy if you have any good arguments. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I think the doctrine of the papacy, in particular, the authority claims of the papacy, are made up. I don't think that you see them with the apostolic deposit. I think they're made up later. So that's my assertion, and I'm open to hearing your arguments otherwise. Elvis. Elvis, are you Roman Catholic?
This is very unfortunate, but right. So your argument is what like
Well, the
I
claims
don't.
from the Roman Catholic side are that the Pope has, and this is straight from the Catechism, he has full, supreme, universal, and unhindered power over the entire church. And even the College of Bishops has no authority unless they get the stamp of approval from the Roman Pontiff. I just can't get on board with that. I don't see that in the early church.
So this is my point. This is my issue with Catholicism. Because in Catholicism.
Oh wait, hold. Okay, what's your position? Elvis, what is your position?
What? You just said.
What's your worldview?
sounds like tonight's a bottle of liquor.
Oh my god, bro!
I have like an insane worldview. Like it just depends on the context. So in this context, in this context, my issue with Catholicism and having the Pope as being the God's messenger on earth is,
yes.
How can that be possibly true? Like when the Pope is elected by man.
Bro, I'm sorry, I just couldn't do the vibrating phone in the background. That was like, I was done with that. That was thank you for the LOLs, Elvis.
I hope that was a phone. Let's just say that.
Likewise, man. Thank you for the LOLs, Elvis. But there's only so many LOLs we can take. What's going on in the chat here, guys? What are we talking about? Truth, come into the X Spaces, man. Oh, I gotta switch scenes here. Truth, come into the X Spaces. Elvis is confused. Yeah, I think that's a charitable way to put it. Yeah, Truth, man. You're coming to the Alex is giving copium. Maybe I am. Call in and expose me as the copium overlord. And talk about it like a normal person. You even have a friend here, SOLA Requiem. He is a Roman Catholic. Alex, I appreciate your content very much. Thank you. What would you say is the best argument for Catholicism you have heard, or maybe one that you struggled at, or at one point struggled with? Okay, I don't want to. Okay, I guess the thing for me, as if I was a Roman Catholic, how would I argue this? I mean, of course, you need a biblical foundation for it. So if I were to argue for the papacy, you'd have to hammer your view of John 21 and Matthew 16. You'd have to create like a patristic basis, which there is a patristic basis for the Roman Catholic view of the papacy. It's split. So you have to show that your view of Matthew 16 and John 21 are a viable patristic interpretation. I think that would be the first step. The second step is you have to show it says what you want it to say, which is that the Pope has universal, personal, immediate jurisdiction on the entire church, on all Christians everywhere. And I mean, some people would say that I'm setting the goalpost a little high there, but and maybe there's some debate about that. But I think that's how I'd approach it. And then I think Eric Ibarra probably does the best job. But just like the thing for me is that, you know, having the
That's my best
jurisdictional
friend. Let's go.
I mean, yeah, I think Eric Ibarra is going about it the right way. I guess just like the way I look at it and with where I land on the debate, I don't see the jurisdictional claims in the early church. But, you know, that's why we have spaces like this so we can talk about it and realize that on the other side, there are human beings there. So it's easy behind a keyboard to dehumanize the other side. I've come in good faith and I was attacked by only Ortho Bros. It's an Orthodox stream, man. This, I mean, for asking a question, come to the X spaces. Oh, he doesn't have X. Just make one real quick, dude. You have a phone, right? You're here. I'm a catechumen in Holy Orthodoxy, FYI. Well, good luck, Alec Bateman, on your catechumenate. I wish you well. Truth, you're so dramatic, brother. All I said was copium joking. Yeah, we're fine with jokes here. I brought a solid objection. Come into the X, just make an X account real quick. It takes literally 2 minutes. And then join the Twitter Spaces. Ibarra GPT. I mean, yeah, I think he probably does the best work from the Roman Catholic side. And so he's not a dummy. He's a smart guy.
I don't know who's saying Ibarra GPT. That man has been doing Catholic apologetics since like the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Like he's been in the game for a long, long time.
Yeah, he's definitely not a dummy. Like that's the thing is like, I feel like in these polemics we get like so carried away and like discrediting the other side. Which is just a part of the game, right? I mean, you're going to talk smack, like smack talk is a part of the game. If you're going to have a thin skin, you probably shouldn't be in apologetics. But we do also have to remember, like, and these are not stupid people on the other side. Like, these are smart people. They also have like a mom and a dad, and it's not nice to to say like there's like trolling and like jesting, and you're like, oh yeah, that was a really dummy argument that you made there, or whatever. But you know, we can't take it too far. We are all Christians at the end of the day. So, set a privationist? What even is that, dog? Truth, make an X account. It takes 2 minutes. Come in here. Educate me on the papacy. I mean, if you are convinced that your position is true, don't you care about my soul? You want me to come to the truth? Yeah. Calvinism is like, I don't know, that's a soft spot for me, man. I am still a little emotional about the Calvinism. I think that is like a very bad, very, very bad worldview. And Idol Killer is like doing the Lord's work. I think the YouTube channel Idol Killer is doing the Lord's work in discounting or refuting Calvinism. I know he's tending more towards like the open theist side, but I slowly see him inching more and more towards the fullness of truth in Holy Orthodoxy.
I see him slowly inching more and more to Pelagianism.
Oh,
He
yeah?
doesn't like Augustine. Yeah, I remember I got in a bit of an argument with him, and then I kind of baited him a little bit. I shouldn't have, but I quoted Pelagius. I'm like, "What do you think about this?" He's like, "I absolutely agree."
Spot
with that.
on.
I'm like, "Oh, really? Congratulations." But it is what it is. Yeah, I try not to do that too much.
I do like that he takes it to the Calvinist though. Like it anybody who will like give James White a hard time, they get points in my book because it's just freaking so funny, dude. Like when Jay was talking about like James White has Cosby sweaters and a gay lisp, and then the next day this guy James White goes on his show and it's like, Jay said I have a Cosby sweater and a gay lisp. It's like, dude, that's exactly what he wanted you to do. Was to go on. Like, I don't think he understands like internet trolling. But like Idol Killer does a similar thing, and I think that's just hilarious. Yeah, I think he probably comes down a little too hard on Augustine, and maybe even some ortho bros come down a little too hard on Augustine too. He is a saint in our church after all, and I think the way Saint Photius talks about Saint Augustine and Father Seraphim Rose, hopefully soon to be canonized Saint Seraphim Rose, has a book on the place of Blessed Augustine in Holy Orthodoxy. And both St. Photius and Father Seraphim Rose, they have it's like kind word. It's almost like very affectionate for Augustine, like he's a brother. And he's a saint in our church. He's a father of the church. Do we agree with him on everything? No, but you don't have to get everything right to be a saint.
Hey, could I ask you a bit of a spicy question on Saint Seraphim Rose? Or sorry, Seraphim Rose. He ain't saying
Sure,
yet,
go ahead.
yeah. So I've heard this from some of my EO buddies because I asked them like, "Oh, he seems like really popular in your guys' circle," and I just asked like, "Has he like, why is he in a saint yet?" And they told me like, well, he was like being looked into being made a saint, but apparently there was like a lot of allegations of like his past, like him doing some pretty sketchy like stuff with like homosexuality and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because I think it was like his sister or like someone like that like got really mad at him and just basically threw a bunch of dirt at him. So they stopped the whole like canonization process for a while to like investigate it further.
Mm-hmm.
You think there's any like validity in claims? Because I know like he's mentioned briefly a few times in his literature like he did live a pretty like rough past, but then I don't know. It's just a whole weird thing where it's just like having someone alive like his sister being like, oh yeah, he did everything 10 times worse. That seemed a bit sketch.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think about his sister's claims there. I mean, I think there is something. The monastery in, I think it was Platina, is where it's at. I think there was a scandal with another monk there, and I know Seraphim Rose. He was delivered from homosexuality when he came into the Orthodox Church, and that's not to say that it's possible that he might have fallen back into some sin. I don't really have a basis either way to say so. I would suspect he did not, and a lot of it is like spiritual attack because I just look at all the good that his writings have done, and especially after his death, he's brought so many people to the truth, or at the very least, out of Protestantism. And I'm just like looking at orthodoxy and the religion of the future, and I'm like, dude, this guy had some prophetic gift to him for sure. But I think there's a reason why the canonization process is long and invasive, and it's because of things like that. So we do want to be careful. I mean, even if we look around at like the great Protestant apologists, right? Like Ravi Zachariah comes to mind, and you see more recently Steve Lawson. These seem to be righteous men of God, and I'm not trying to equivocate between like the Calvinists and Ravi Zachariah and Orthodox and Roman Catholic saints or whatnot, but I don't think there's any validity for Seraphim Rose personally, but I do think it is worth it to investigate the claims. That's what I'll say. Quit lying. You don't have dial-up. Truth is saying he has dial-up. Father Seraphim repented and never went back. It was his niece, not his sister. Oh. I mean, I don't think it really makes a difference whether it's his niece or his sister, but it seems like Pa 9730. It is simply slander to say he went back to the vomit after his reception. Yeah, I don't think he did. I think it's worth it to investigate whether he did or not. Because, the Orthodox Church, we are a serious institution, and these are our saints. We don't want to find out later after we canonize somebody that there was something going on behind the scenes there that we don't know about. I think you definitely have to vigorously investigate even the smallest allegations. My spiritual father was telling me about he was involved in the canonization process of the recent Romanian saints in the Romanian Patriarchate. I think it was earlier this year. We had like eight of our Holy Fathers canonized. And he was talking about how in-depth the process is. Like, this is not like some high schooler going around. It's not like intern work. Like, this is high-level due diligence that they're doing. And I can say, even from like a lawyer perspective, I was impressed with the due diligence that they put in. Like, they talk to everybody, dude. Everybody, at least in the Romanian Patriarchate, right? Like, I don't know how everybody else does it. I imagine there's a similar process. But the Romanian Patriarchate in Romania, they are on top of this. They're on top of this stuff. They talk to your mother, your niece. They talk to your cousins, your friends, the guy that you met at the bus stop for 5 minutes one time. They talk to everybody. The Zacharias scandal was heartbreaking. Yeah, I think he was he was such a good orator that for a lot of us it was heartbreaking. Roman Catholicism is only 1,000 years old, and it only took them 500 years to squander their deposit of faith. I mean, that the Orthodox position would be that it is 1,000 years old. I'm not sure what you mean by squander their deposit. Are you talking about just like the Reformation? Why did Justinian say all the Eastern churches submits to the Bishop of Rome? Huh. Well, truth does. Do we follow Justinian? Blessed Father Seraphim Rose cited Augustine. Andrew Allen, 499. Thank you. Blessed Father Seraphim Rose cited Augustine when defending the emerging charismatic revival and speaking in tongues. Love our Western. Yeah, we love the Western Fathers. Of course. Thank you, Andrew Allen, for the super chat. I appreciate that. St. Hilary, St. Ambrose, St. Augustine. You don't have to be right on every. And honestly, dude, Augustine wrote so freaking much. I don't know how he was able to do that. So, I mean, to try to go through everything that he wrote and make sure that every single word he wrote was perfectly orthodox, nobody would stand that scrutiny, especially when he wrote that much. Like, nobody would. The Reformation, yes. Yes, you do follow Justinian. Well, let's come and talk about it, man. This is not an efficient way to do it in the chat. Submission meant unity in faith and primacy of honor, not universal jurisdiction. Yeah, let me be clear that like the Orthodox claim is like very specific, right? So we have no problem saying that he was like very highly honored. Our issue is a jurisdictional claim. That's where the disagreement is. It's on the limits, the lengths of his jurisdiction. And it's like whether we see that in the early church or not. If you're going to lean Orthodox, you're going to say, no, I do not see that hierarchy of authority in the early church. Those who lean Roman Catholic would say, yes, I do. And I'm here to hear you guys out. Because I see honorifics and I see language, but when I look at like actually what they're doing, right, I do see that like there are decisions of popes that are reviewed by ecumenical councils. Well, the view of Rome today is that the Supreme Pontiff, his decisions are not subject to review by anyone. St. Jerome's writings on relics is fire. Yes. Which one is that? That's his letter against Vigilantius or something, if I remember. Jerome on relics. That is like, Jerome is in my list of like holy fathers that are excellent at smack talk. Yeah, this opening, his letter against Vigilantius gets me every single time. He says, the world has given birth to many monsters. In Isaiah, we read of centaurs and sirens, screech owls and pelicans. In Job, in mystic language, describes a leviathan and behemoth. Cerberus and the birds of Stymphalus and the Erymanthian boar and the Nemean lion, the chimera, many-headed hydra. Like, he starts off all these monsters. And then he gets to hear, Gaul alone has had no monsters, but has been rich in men of courage and eloquence. All at once, Vigilantius, or more correctly, Dormitantius, calling him sleepy, has arisen, animated by an unclean spirit to fight against the spirit of Christ. He says that Vigilantius is like worse than all these monsters. That's the very first thing he says. And in a way, it almost reminds me of Martin Luther's bondage of the will. That was like, all right, no offense to like Lutherans, that was like one of the worst things I've read in my life. Like literally the whole first chapter is just like him smack talking Erasmus. It's like talking crap. I was like halfway through like that first chapter, I was like, dude, what am I reading? Like, is he gonna get to the argument at some point? Like, all he did was talk smack. It was like 90% talking smack, and then every now and then he'd sprinkle in some arguments. The gifted, thank you, Silawan. You're the man. Gifted, who got it? Nick RS received a gifted membership. Thank you for the gifted, Silawan. You're the man. Mom's lasagna. His work on defending the perpetual virginity of the Theotokos is fantastic too. His refutation on the Jerome, that was against Helvidius, I think, right? His letter against Helvidius. This is and you know what's interesting is that when you debate this with Protestants, they love to go to Jerome for their canon. And you bring up the fact that like Jerome disagreed with you on everything, and the reformers actually cited Jerome whenever they talked about the perpetual virginity of Mary. But I don't think they talked about him too much when it came to his writings on relics. Yeah, I think that was Saint Jerome against Helvidius. It's like we have the same arguments. It's just so funny that it's like it ends up being the Protestants every time that are the ones that are rehashing all of these ancient heresies. But all right, guys. Well, we are coming up on 4 hours, so I'm going to be ending the stream in a few minutes here. Yes.
You good if I ask you something I've always wondered?
Sure.
Because there's always been something that like EOs like struggle like answering. I've always been curious on.
Sure.
So it's in regards to the Council of Ephesus.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you know that presided over Cyril of Alexandria and the Roman presbyter at the time. I believe it was Philip.
Yeah, I think there were 3 papal legates at the Council of Ephesus.
Yeah, like there's a quote in there that's always like kind of stuck to me when I ask them. They don't really get it because like I think we could both agree it's not enough to just like quote some random church father, be like, oh, this random church father said this, therefore my whole position is true. But I feel like it has a lot more weight when it's something in the council. But if you don't mind, I could send the link to you too, or I could read it as also, whatever one you prefer.
You can go ahead and read it.
Yeah, so this is from the Council of Ephesus, where it says, quote, declared, there is no doubt, and in fact it has been known in all ages, that the holy and most blessed Peter, prince and head of the apostles, pillar of the faith and foundation of the Catholic Church, receives the keys of the kingdom from our Lord Jesus Christ, the Savior and Redeemer of the human race. And to him was given the power of loosing and binding sins, who down even to this day and forever both lives and judges in his successors. The holy and most blessed Pope Celestine, according to due order, is his successors and hold his place in authority. So that was session 3 of the Council of Ephesus. Now I was just curious, like how do you read that or interpret that? Because like the part where it's like now and forever, and his successor holds his place in authority, that seems like pretty bluntly clear right there. Like I know some people, they try to argue like, oh, they were just using like poetic and flowery languages, which I'm like, I guess you could make that case, but that's the same case that a lot of like the Gnostics and heretics made against the councils, like in their like citations of rejecting the council. Like I believe even it was Calvin who tried doing that with Nicaea too, where he's like, oh, the reason I reject Nicaea too is because it's like a bunch of flowery and like poetic languages. They weren't meaning it literally. which I'm like, all right, want to take that gamble, but
Yeah. I think
but
for
I could
us,
also
like,
send it to you too. It's just always something I scratch my head at because
yeah.
it's just like,
I mean,
I'm
I'm
not saying it's like
familiar
a
with it.
defeater of
Yeah.
Eastern Orthodoxy. But it's always been someone I'm like, that seems like a bit of a detour, if you will.
Yeah, I have that in. I have this Henry Percival's amalgamation of the documents here, and I think we don't want to miss the forest for the trees in the Orthodox position, because at the end of the day, what's our problem is not that, like, he was very well respected, that he had an influence over the entire church, that the entire church looked to him for like guidance in certain areas. We would say that was all what's the term? It's consensual. Like, we went to him to look for it. It's different when everybody agrees to, oh, let's just like hear out the Bishop of Rome. But the Council of Ephesus, we had a council in the See of Rome prior to the Council of Ephesus already excommunicating Nestorius. Why do we need an ecumenical council after that one if, the Bishop of Rome has full, supreme, universal, and unhindered authority over the whole church? There's also the Roman claim that the decisions of the Pope of Rome and the See of Rome are not subject to review. So those are two jurisdictional claims that Rome teaches that I just don't see in the Council of Ephesus. Now, we have a papal legate that's recorded in the meeting minutes who's like talking up his see, talking up his boss. And you don't really see, I guess, if I'm going to steel man the Roman Catholic side, you don't really see anybody at the council disputing it. I guess what I would say to that is, like, do we need to see anybody at the council disputing it? Because again, like, we can get lost in the words. My focus is on like the actions, like what did they literally do? So if you look at the procedural posture, you have the Bishop of Rome excommunicating Nestorius in a council. He informs Constantinople that, like, hey, and the emperor, he informs the emperor, hey, I've excommunicated Nestorius. Yet they still review that decision. So that's how I see it in the, like, procedurally from the Orthodox view. And it could be the case that there were some people in Rome that did think he had a personal, immediate jurisdiction over everyone in the church. But did everybody else act that way? Again, I just don't see it.
Yeah, well,
but thank you for the question.
I get that, but it kind of, to me, sorry, last thing, it just seems like that's kind of question begging, though, because I ask, like, in both of our traditions, do I recall any time where there was this unanimous agreement that something had to be explicitly done for it to therefore be true? Because an example I could think, especially that comes to mind, was, I believe it was Pope Vigilius at the time. There was like letters to him writing, I believe it was Antioch, that was going through Gnostic heresy that was like not of the bishops, but it was like affecting them. And Pope Vigilius basically like wrote to them and said, like, hey, if you guys can't get this under control, I'm going to have to go over there and do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
And put like the bishops in threat of like direct excommunication by his authority and decree. And after he did this, the bishops of Antioch basically, to lack of better terms, got their stuff together. Like, okay, this is a really more pressing issue. We need to start working on this. So he didn't need to do that. And in a sense, I feel like a lot of EO arguments was like, oh, well, because, like, he didn't need to do it, therefore papacy didn't have any value, where it kind of, to me, is question begging, like, okay, why did they felt such a need and urgency to do this immediately, only after they got a letter from Pope Vigilius to say, like, hey, this is becoming a problem that's so big, it's starting to move over west. You guys need to lock this down so it doesn't spread further, or I'm going to have to go over there and, like, there's going to be consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's my big gripe, where a lot of, like, EO arguments against papacy seems to be, like, very much, if the argument is flipped on its head back, would fail on their own standards as well. Like, example, I don't think it would be fair for me to say, hey, Alex, show me explicit examples of the teachings of, like, hesychasm in the post-church, as it were, in like the early church fathers. I think that would be a ridiculous claim to make against you, and would basically be getting you to like jump through a bunch of hoops for like nothing.
I would make the case that you say that you see it
in, in the church and the tradition.
I would make the case that you see it in St. Paul. But that's let's like focus in for on the Hesychast issue. I'd say you see that on St. Paul, but I do want to like focus on the Council of Ephesus. Are the decisions of the Pope subject to review? From your view, I think you'd have to say yes, right? I think you're muted.
Wow, I feel like an idiot. I was muted.
Yeah, are they
I was just
subject to
pausing. I was
review?
like, wait, is he not saying anything?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I would argue like no, the decisions of popes aren't really subject to review by like any earthly authority when speaking in things like, of course, like ex cathedra, but that's a whole different conversation. So for things that are
I mean,
non-valuable,
the dogmas, your papal encyclicals say that they're, and your catechism says they're not subject to review by anyone, no, not even an ecumenical council.
yeah,
So,
that's what I'm saying. Like anything that's like, ex cathedra, I'd say that's like not subject to review. There can be an argument made, which it's like I don't really care either or for it. I'm on the fence. Where things are like more non-valuable papal decisions can be more reviewed or corrected. So things like, as you know, like disciplinary law or prudential judgment or theological opinion. So I believe like a good example is like quoting Pope Benedict. He actually wrote one of his encyclicals that the Pope is not an oracle. He's infallible only in very rare situations. So that's always been something I like lean on.
yeah.
But when it comes to like, again, the next question though, but like, I guess for back to Ephesus, like can a council overrule Pope? I would still say no, because an ecumenical councils are not above the Pope, because the Pope must be the one to approve a council's decree for them to be binding. So if anything, he can convoke or preside legates, but he has to still be the one to confirm councils.
Yeah, so I'll read the section of Pastor Eternus here, which I'm sure you're familiar with, but for those listening, it says that by the divine right of apostolic primacy, the Roman pontiff is at the head of the whole church. We teach and declare that he is the supreme judge of the faithful, and one can have recourse to his judgment in all cases. We declare that the judgment of the apostolic see, whose authority is unsurpassed, is not subject to review by anyone, nor is anyone allowed to pass judgment on its decision. So if this was true back during the Council of Ephesus, why did they have to have an ecumenical council if there was already a council in Rome excommunicating Nestorius? This says his decisions are not subject to review by anyone. Yet immediately after, we have an ecumenical council reviewing the decision of Rome. You're muted again. Yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, bear with me, connection.
No, you're good.
Sorry, I hate this stupid app. It's so annoying.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you hear what I said, though?
You cut out. I just heard Nestorius and Rome.
Okay, so, this portion of Pastor Eternus says that the judgment of the apostolic see, whose authority is unsurpassed, is not subject to review by anyone. But that's not how we see the church acting at the Council of Ephesus. You have a decision from Rome excommunicating Nestorius prior to the Third Ecumenical Council. Yet you have the Third Ecumenical Council doing precisely what Pastor Eternus says they cannot do. They're reviewing the decision of the Apostolic See.
Wait, you believe that they're reviewing that?
That is what they were doing.
I'd strongly disagree with that, because that would imply some excommunication.
If Nestorius was excommunicated by Rome already.
I'm curious, where'd you get that reading from? Because Philip of Legate already talks about that.
What do you mean,
I believe Philip of Legate, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but he literally says during that council where he says, indeed, surely he has already been condemned by the judgment of the Apostolic See of Rome.
So why are we having an ecumenical council?
I I could say because like maybe a local Roman synod that like is binding on the West, but like conciliar and not fully enforced in the East. So this was more of just a universal reception in the same way that like in the early church, like you have like you have synods basically acting within the East and West of the church that later became ratified. Like a good example, like there's an Eastern
but
council
let me
that you
stop you
guys
right there
had.
just real briefly. That is the Orthodox position. That the Pope of Rome had authority, even if it was in a more monarchical form in the West, but all those decisions had to be ratified in the East. That is the Orthodox position.
How is that the Orthodox conviction though? If that again, like if Ephesus quotes Rome's authority for the reason they're doing it, because I would agree it'd be the Orthodox position if let's say you had Roman Synod A say this, and then later Roman Synod B was like, okay, we disagree, we're excommunicating him for like different reasons. Well, the other like council is literally just them reaffirming and saying, okay, the Pope said this, therefore he's excommunicated. Like they didn't, unless you could show me otherwise, cite other additional or contrary reasons to excommunication as Rome did. So that's where I just don't see too much weight on this.
I mean, my argument is a procedural one. I mean, so we have a legate coming in and talking about like, Rome already excommunicated him. They already knew that Rome excommunicated him. I mean, why would it have to be ratified in the East if that was the case? I don't see like it seems like so redundant procedurally from a procedural posture to do that. And when I see this language in Pastor Eternus that it's like, it's not subject to review by anyone. Well, then if we don't have this example of the Third Ecumenical Council, I mean, we have a lot of documents, maybe not a lot, but we have pretty solid documents in the Fourth Ecumenical Council that Pope Leo's tome was subject to review by the council, so much so that even the Egyptian bishops said, like, look, we can't agree to this here. We have to take Pope Leo's tome back to Alexandria. We have to get a new archbishop because it was like vacant at the time.
Wait,
and
so
we
why
need
did
the archbishop to review it.
Yeah, but this leaves out a big piece of the puzzle though, because then it just asks the question of like, why did like around like 200 Eastern bishops wait for the legates to re-respond and reread Rome's sentence aloud before making any final decision on the council? If he was just like another one of bishops, then at least there are two possibilities: A, 200 bishops are really slack and just being lazy, or B, like there's some uniqueness in Rome where they're like, okay, we're going to wait specifically for Rome, although we literally have 200 of us already bishops, like, and we're going to like see what his decision is. That's the kind of thing that makes me scratch my head at.
Yeah. I mean, again, we have no problem with saying that he was a special bishop, the problem are these like jurisdictional claims saying that like his decisions are not subject to review by anyone. As very clearly they are being reviewed by councils, they're being ratified by councils, and without that ratification of the council, they would not be recognized in the East. And I think that's exactly at odds with the claims in Pastor Eternus that you see are also in the Roman Catholic Catechism. Was I cutting out again? I might have to refresh the space.
Yeah, I was cutting in and out again. Oh, man.
All right, I'm back.
You there, bud?
I'm back, yes.
Hey, I'm going to be hopping off for a night because it's 12:45 where I'm at.
I
don't know about you, man, but wait, what time do you got mass for you guys?
10.
Oh, you're okay. You go to middle one? Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, we on that.
Yeah, for us, you can't have more than one liturgy per day in the same space. So they just they have the one liturgy at 10, and it's like, thank goodness they do.
Yeah, we have an early one, a middle day one, a later day one, but yeah. I'm kicking myself going to early one because there's a cute girl I'm trying to get. So she's like, "Oh, come sit with me," and I'm like, It's like, come on, lady, I work 2 jobs. I don't want to do this. I want to sleep in. I'm like, all right. But,
good luck, man.
We can talk more in the future, though. Like, enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, God bless. Yep. Be safe. Have a good night.
Yep. All right, thanks, guys. I'm going to end the space here. I'm going to have a few words with the chat, but thank you all for tuning into the space. Appreciate that. Chat, what did you think about that interaction with SOLA Requiem. Seems like a nice guy. Seems like a good good faith actor for sure. You guys aren't even paying attention. You guys are talking about something else in here. Have a good night, Nixie. Thanks for tuning in. What are we at? How many? 50 viewers. Dude, there's still a bunch of you guys in here. Good combo. Definitely looking up answers. Googling, peace be upon it. Seemed chill. Yeah, he seemed good faith. I think it was productive. Yeah. For me, again, I think we can't, like, I'd like to see you talk to him more. Yeah, I don't think we can afford to miss the forest for the trees, and, like, just be specific about the claims, right? So the claim by Rome is like, look, these decisions are not subject to review by anybody, okay? So if they're not subject to review, why on earth is an ecumenical council reviewing them? You know? And I think there's even, there's an even stronger case to be made for the Council of Chalcedon and Pope Leo's tome, because the Egyptians, if the Roman Catholic view is true, it should be like, we have Leo's tome, Rome has spoken, the matter is over, right? That's Rome's view. Rome has spoken, the issue is done with. But that's not what you see. You see, like, the council reviews Pope Leo's tome. You see, the Egyptian delegation says, we have to bring Pope Leo's tome back so that our bishop can read it. Well, they shouldn't have to if the Roman Catholic view is correct. That guy wasn't Catholic because he accepts Vatican II. Truth, you have to accept Vatican II. You have to accept Vatican II. You don't have to believe it personally, but you have to give your submission of intellect and will to the teachings of Vatican II. This was a fun stream. Good night, my favorite lawyer. Good. I'm glad I'm your favorite, because there are some, like, fictional lawyers out there that are pretty cool. Nathan Olette. Yeah, he seems like a cool guy. Truth thinks this he's a sedevacantist. We also think it's vacant. We just think it's been vacant since 1054, man. Look, we have more in common than you probably think. Alex, you know the 2 ex cathedra statements were also reviewed by private theologians. Yeah, but he was under no obligation to do that. That was consensual. My point is the jurisdictional claims. I have a very specific qualm. And also, if the Pope always had the ex cathedra power, why don't you see it for 1800 years? Does the Pope only get one ex cathedra statement every millennium? Bro, somewhere in a later ecumenical council, doesn't it state 2 prerequisites for a council, that it requires the consent of the Bishop of Rome and of the whole, meaning the East? Yeah, that's 2 things. That's not the Roman Catholic view. That is, the Bishop of Rome and of the whole would be the Orthodox view. Alex, you're a very good representation of EO, and we appreciate the way you go about discussions with these fellows. Thanks. I think a lot of them are cool guys, and the thing is, you don't know who is considering Eastern Orthodoxy when you talk to them, right? Somebody might be considering Orthodoxy. They just need to hear the right thing, and they might be coming at you pretty hard in the argument. And this might be like the only exposure they have to an Orthodox Christian. So I think we need a variety of approaches, right? So we need, we need the guys like Jay that are going to, like, that's what I needed, was like to, like, grab me by the collar and be like, your view is bad. Reevaluate your worldview. I was like, I needed that. But that doesn't work on everybody. Some people just need a friend. And I can take both approaches, right? I am no stranger to arguing hard in the courtroom, but you know, like these guys are not lawyers. No offense to them. Like they're good debaters and they do the reading and they're well intentioned, but like they're not lawyers. So like I don't have to. I mean, if I was to ever argue debate with one of these guys, with like Eric Ibarra or Trent Horn, then like yeah, then it's like no holds barred, man. You go hard. But yeah. Alex, thank you for being kind. It is easy to take cheap shots, and your general goodwill and not resorting to low blows is encouraging in the online ortho space. Thank you, Matthias. I appreciate that. We have no definitive list of ex cathedra statements. Isn't that a problem? You don't know what your ex cathedra statements are? Need a longer debate with just him. Tag him. I think that was a productive conversation. Honestly, he even seemed receptive to what I have to say, so he's definitely good faith. He was like listening to what I was saying. Because the thing is, when you get into these debates, you'll say something and then the response is like has nothing to do with what you just said. It's okay. You can't just pontificate your position. You have to actually interact with what I'm saying here. So I think he was interacting with what I'm saying. He seems like a cool guy. Alex, be serious. He's a busy man. It just slipped his mind that he had those powers. For 1,800 years. Ex cathedra gets hidden. They have to find it. There's some truth to that. He was muted on purpose, is my guess, because he didn't have answers. Well, I'm not going to speculate on that. Hey, Alex, been loving the videos lately. Love from Melbourne, Australia. Thank you, Athanasius. Love from Michigan. The Holy Spirit is trying to bring everyone to EO. I think so. I think you're onto something. Tomioko 912. Mom's Lasagna, if I remember correctly, the declaration of the Immaculate Conception was either the first or second ever use of the ex cathedra powers. Yeah, I think it was the Immaculate Conception and the Assumption were the two ex cathedra declarations. I don't know off the top of my head. I think it was something like that. But not having the list is evidence against your position. There are many statements that meet ex cathedra qualification threshold yet are for some reason not considered ex cathedra. I think that's true, Herp Derp. You need to start a website called Orthodox Answers. Well, let me tell you something. There are two Orthodox organizations, I think, that are poised to become that. And I have recently had the honor of speaking to somebody who is way out of my league. Who's way out of my league in terms of Orthodox apologetics. He's Orthodox clergy member. And there's a lot of vision behind it. We need people. We need people. But, you know, I have faith that the Lord will provide something like that. A Catholic Answers, but Orthodox. Something that's been bothering me, but I haven't found an answer why we don't have a definitive list. I think truth, it's because what I forgot. I think it was Herp Derp who said there's statements that technically meet the qualifications. They just kind of haven't been received as ex cathedra. But you guys don't believe in a doctrine of reception, right? Because the Pope has universal, full, supreme, unhindered authority, power over the whole church. But yeah, I think that is something to think about. Truth. Vatican I says Leo is the king of the world, and you cannot question it. Basically, it basically says that they're not subject to review. Like that's the thing, is that like you have this triumphalism from certain Roman Catholics. Not SOLA REQUIEM tonight. I'm sure maybe in some of his more salacious tweets, if he's feeling sassy one day, I do the same thing. We all do the same thing. We're human beings. But they'll march around with this statement that like Rome has spoken, the matter is closed. Like you don't see anybody acting that way, man. Nobody acts that way. There are a bunch of times where Rome has spoken and the issue is not closed, namely Ephesus, Chalcedon. At what point before 1054 AD The East and West stopped talking to each other, thereby deepening the division. I think it was when they started fighting the Muslims. Just wondering if you're aware, because I've heard a lot, but I don't know a lot. Yeah, I think it's when the Byzantine Empire had to start fighting the Muslims. And then also in the West, they stopped speaking Greek. Like, you even see Augustine saying, like, dude, I didn't study Greek. In his Confessions, right there, I have it on my bookshelf. He was like, I was a kid, I hated studying Greek. I'm not good at it. I'm bad at Greek. And you see from there, they started speaking more Latin in the West, much more Latin than Greek. And it's to the point where, like, when St. Augustine was debating the Pelagians, he had to use St. Jerome's translation, St. Jerome's Vulgate of the Bible. He couldn't go to the original Greek because he didn't know it good enough. And it resulted in a mistranslation issue which Jerome, actually after the Pelagian controversy, Jerome went in and fixed that mistranslation. But that mistranslation is kind of the entire foundation for at least the Reformed doctrine of original sin. I think some people attribute a possible third ex cathedra statement to Pope John Paul II, but I don't recall what it was specifically. I'll have to look into it further. Well, the tome wasn't ex cathedra in the Relatio by Gasser. He doesn't cite the tome. Yeah, the Leo's tome wasn't ex cathedra. It doesn't have to be ex cathedra. The part in Pastor Eternus that says the decisions of the Roman pontiff are not subject to review by anyone is prior to the section on ex cathedra statements. The section on ex cathedra statements comes after the section that says his decisions are not subject to any review. So I just look at it, and in my view, they're saying that when an authority has the weight of this, when a decision has the weight of the See of Rome behind it, it doesn't have to be an ex cathedra statement. It's not subject to review. Rome has broken, the matter is settled. Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to like be aggressive to truth, our friend Truth here, but yeah, that's our position. It seems to me Jesus came to us at the best time for the gospel to be spread as far as it could. Is it possible a similar thing could be happening today with orthodoxy and the availability of the net? Yeah, I think so. I think it's very interesting timing. Herb, forgive me a sinner if I came off hard. Yes, this is great. I love this. Reconciliation. It's good to argue hard, guys, but we got to remember at the end of the day, like, this is just, we're all trying to learn, right? So we argue hard and we learn, but at the end of the day, it's like no hard feelings. And it's good to argue hard because, like, these are things that we're passionate about, that we care about. If you don't argue hard, I mean, that would be a problem. Wait, Jerome fixed his translation error. Yeah, I think I read that in Meyendorff's book. Actually, let me see. This is a great one, guys. If you have a chance to get your hands on it, just like theologically. See, I think I have a tab for this somewhere. It's mistranslation. I'm pretty sure Jerome fixed it later. And I think I know what you're getting at, Matthias, that like that kind of implies something. But we don't want to try reading anybody's minds, right? The heck? To go through the table of contents here and figure this one out. Because I think that's actually an interesting one to talk about. Like the view on original sin. Is there an index here? If I just find Augustine in the index. Ah, here we go. Very good. See, this is why I tab things, guys, because like I know I'm gonna need it someday. and I'm terrified that I'm not going to be able to find it when I need it. I might have found it. Okay, the scriptural text which played a decisive role in the polemics between Augustine and the Pelagians was found in Romans 5:12, where Paul, speaking of Adam, writes, "As sin came into the world through one man, and sin came into the world through one man, and through sin death, and so death spread to all men because all men have sinned." In this passage, there is a major issue of translation. The last four Greek words were translated in Latin as in quo omnes peccaverunt. This is my broken Latin. It says, "in whom all men have sinned." And this translation was used in the West to justify the doctrine of guilt inherited from Adam and spread to his descendants. So the text actually says, death spread to all men because all men have sinned. The Latin said, death spread to all men, and then talking about Adam, in whom all men have sinned. So that's like where Augustine gets this archetypal idea. Who has more books, you or Jay? Easily Jay. He's been doing this a lot longer than I have. And this translation was used in the West to justify the doctrine of guilt inherited from Adam and spread to his descendants, but such a meaning cannot be drawn from the original Greek. The text read, of course, by the Byzantines. The form ho, a contraction of epi with the relative pronoun ho, can be translated as because, a meaning accepted by most modern scholars of all confessional backgrounds. Such a translation renders Paul thought to mean that death, which was the wages of sin for Adam, is also the punishment applied to those who, like him, sin. It presupposes a cosmic significance of the sin of Adam, but does not say that his descendants are guilty as he was, unless they also sin as he sinned. I thought it was in this one where maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that Jerome released a later edition of the Vulgate after the Pelagian controversy, and he changed that passage. Maybe it was Philip Schaff. What do you think the Holy Orthodox Church needs most here in the West? Monastics. They need monastics. They need more monastics. And clergy. Monastics and clergy. They need more people praying. What are your thoughts on St. Jerome rejecting the deuterocanonical books? Do you think he would have retracted his decision if he had been present during the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls? Perhaps, because I think finding the deuterocanonical books in like a Hebrew or a Paleo-Hebrew or whatever it was, I think that was a big factor for Jerome. I don't think it's a big deal that he rejected the deuterocanonical books. The thing is, with Orthodoxy, there's no one church father that we follow. We follow the synods. So I understand Jerome's methodology and intention with the deuterocanonical books, but as I said, I think it's like in my Ortho Bros Love the Bible video, like towards the end in the final section there, I think that the Septuagint and that Septuagint like Alexandrian canon was part of the apostolic deposit because you see it so widespread and so early on. Like, how is it possible that everybody had this thing? It's probably because they were instructed to use it. And you have like these facts that are just like these are not matters of opinion or dispute, right? It is a fact that 80% of the New Testament citations to the Old Testament refer to the Septuagint version, not the Proto-Masoretic text version. That's like not a matter of opinion. That's true. We need the Bishop of Rome back in the church. Amen. We do. I agree. Interesting take about EO in the internet age. Twitter spaces are the new Roman roads. That's a great point. Just now hopping in. Dang, 2 streams in 1 week. Let's go. I was trying to step it up, Planks. I'm trying to step it up, man. I did not have a chance to get back to your email yet because, you know, I'm also trying to be a lawyer and an adult. So, yeah. I was citing the Relatio because a lot of Roman Catholics will say the tome was ex cathedra, but why doesn't Bishop Joseph Gasser cite it? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, referring to the comment, what does Orthodoxy in America need? Less immigrant-only parishes and more liturgies in English. I think more liturgies in English is important. The thing is, okay, look, I think I might have talked about this before, but I am not envious of the position the clergy are in that are in these immigrant parishes, right? Because, like, you have these older folks, like in their 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever. They're like immigrants or their parents were immigrants. And their primary language is like Russian or Serbian, whatever. And you're the priest here, and now all of a sudden, you know, you have this parish of like primarily Serbian-speaking immigrants. You've been doing the liturgy in Serbian for like the last 10, 15, 20 years. And now so all of a sudden, one Sunday, you get like 10 younger dudes, like a bunch of hot shots that come in, and they're like, we should do the liturgy in English. Like, okay, I understand that they also need to be fed by the liturgy, but it's like not that simple. It's a very nuanced, it's a hard shepherding decision. Like, how are we going to do this? I think in those more, in those older parishes where their primary language is not English, you're going to see some like half liturgies going on, or it's like some more English incorporated into the liturgy. But it's a tough situation because you can't just like abandon all these people that have been contributing to the parish for like the last 20, 30 years. You know, they have this expectation of a liturgy in their primary language, but I agree that the focus also should be on missions. There should be a focus on missions. Rome returning to orthodoxy is unlikely. Political global power is a great temptation. Yeah. I mean, the one of the main problems that I see with this is that Rome, and this is something that I brought up to Josh as well, is that all the ancient canons forbid Rome, forbid bishops from simultaneously being a bishop and also holding a political office. That is precisely what the Bishop of Rome is doing. He's not only the supreme pontiff of the Holy See, of the See of Rome, he is also the monarch. He is the king of the city-state, the government of the Vatican. He is the head of the government of the city-state known as the Vatican. So he has 2 offices at the same time, a political one and clergy, which is, as I said, forbidden in every single ancient canon. Jerome defends the Deuterocanon in debate and submits to church authority. Yeah. I mean, Jerome was not even a bishop. I'm pretty sure he was just a presbyter. So he's definitely submitting to authorities. Like, yeah, he's a saint and he's a very important scholar. Yeah. So if I become EO, how though will I? That question doesn't make sense. Off topic, but what's the difference between an attorney, lawyer, counselor? Where I'm licensed in Michigan, there's not really a difference. So a lawyer is the most general term out of those 3 terms. A lawyer is somebody who's like studied law, who has a law degree. Okay, an attorney is like a licensed advocate, and a counselor is just one of the functions of a licensed lawyer. So that's why you see like attorneys and counselors at law, or in other English common law jurisdictions, you'll see like barristers and solicitors, right? It's kind of similar to that. So a lawyer is the most general term, an attorney and a counselor, those are two different hats that a licensed lawyer wears. An attorney is more associated with like court filings. A counselor is more associated with like, I need advice on how to handle this problem in my business. That's an interesting question. Thank you for mixing it up on me a little bit there. If East and West came back into communion, how would the East reconcile all the weird proto-charismatic saints? That's an excellent question. Yeah. I don't know, man. It really, I just don't see it happening. It's not that hard to find parishes in English in my experience. Yeah, I agree. And there's nothing wrong with, I think the OCA gets like a bad rap, but like they're a canonical jurisdiction. There's nothing wrong with going to, I feel like people are always like hesitant. It's like, no, they're a canonical church. On the ground level, like those high level politics between bishops, they don't really affect people that much. At Truth, just come and see. Truth, go to liturgy in, I don't know if you're East Coast, in 9 hours. Just go to liturgy today. Let's like check it out, see what it is. There's no harm in just going to like see what they're doing. In the Roman Catholic view, we have valid sacraments anyway, right? So yeah, come and see. Let's be gracious to the ethnic enclaves. Orthodoxy exists in America because of them, and we have much to learn from them as the branch grafted in. Yeah, in a sense, I guess we are the branch grafted in. Yeah, I think there's some synergy there, actually, because the cradle Orthodox, my spiritual father is cradle Orthodox. He became a monk at 18, and he went right to seminary. It's kind of something that he knew he was going to do forever. He's hieromonk. He's not married, a monastic priest. And he is so purely Orthodox, and I think that's exactly what I needed, because I am not. I am a convert, right? I wasn't raised in it so much. But I think there's a benefit that they gain from us too, in that we have usually a lot more zeal than the cradle do. The problem is we have to control our zeal within the boundaries of the church, and to not exceed what we're permitted to do. Like, I was very careful that, everything we did was, everything that I'm doing with the YouTube channel was proper, right? I went to my spiritual father. It was like a while after my baptism. And I was like, hey, I think I have something to contribute to this online conversation. Would you mind asking Bishop John Cassian, if I can, do this thing? And he was like, text me back a little while later, and he was like, yeah, I talked to the bishop, go ahead. It's great. And, I'm checking in with him very frequently. I talk to him all the time. And he's not only my spiritual father, he's also a good friend. So, yeah, it's excellent. We need the guidance of the older immigrants to show us how to live the faith. Yeah, that's what I mean, Silva, and that's what I mean by like purely Orthodox, right? Like, I'll share with him something that like some Protestant is saying online, and he's just like so shocked. Like, and I'm like, really? That's what shocked you? Because like that's kind of common in this online debate. Like, if some of these things like don't even cross their mind. He thinks they're like the craziest things ever. Then they lose their kids. Yeah, that's a problem I've seen as well, is that it's really just the older situation. And a lot of parishes, like, their kids go not even to like Protestantism or something, although that's true, because it's like more engaging, and, they have a Bible study during the week and whatnot. And that's something we could probably learn a little bit from the Protestants, is actually giving a little bit more food, like spiritual bread, to the younger folks. Have philosophies usually employed by apologetics, e.g. epistemology, informed your approach to litigation? Oh, yeah. One time I got a cop to say that he doesn't know what an accident is. Or no, he doesn't know what a minor accident is. And the cross-examination, it went something like, you keep on saying, Officer so-and-so, that this is a minor accident. Can you please define what a minor accident is? And he said something like, a minor accident is, when a bumper is hanging off. And I was like, officer, that's, respectfully, that's an example of a minor accident. I asked you to define what a minor accident is. Like, what is it? And he gave some criteria, like a minor accident is when there's no damage to the frame of the car. So of course I asked, the natural next question is, so if you have like both the bumpers hanging off of the car, but no damage to the frame, yet you have another accident where the car is drivable and fine, there's just like a ding to the frame. You're telling me that the accident with both the bumpers hanging off the car and then one with a ding to the frame, that's the major accident, and the bumpers one is the minor accident? And he said, well, it depends on like the facts and stuff. And I said, can you please, without giving an example, just define what it is? And he said, I can't. And I was like, man, that's right. I had that in the transcript. I was like, thank you, no further questions. It's like all I needed. But yeah, so definitely philosophies have informed my approach to litigation. But the most important skill here, I'll tell you, Planks, the most important skill in litigation is storytelling. Like cross-examination is important, obviously, in litigation. But storytelling is probably the most important skill, being able to tell a good story. That is how you persuade people. Arguments are important, and your stories have to flow logically, and they have to be sound. But you're not going to persuade anyone with a syllogism. You're going to persuade someone with a good story. So I haven't met a priest that refused my questions, even if they had to get back to me later. Yeah, I think generally the clergy are pretty good about that. OCA represent. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not OCA, but I am an OCA supporter, although they need to... There's also, FYI, some like low-key beef between the OCA and the Romanian Patriarchate, but like overall the OCA is a force for good, although their bishops have said some like weird things. So obviously be on the lookout for that. But at the parish level, like that's bishop stuff, At the parish level, that's not really going to affect you that much. I mean, technically, we should all be under the same jurisdiction. Lord willing, we'll be united as we ought to one day. I mean, that would be cool, yeah. I think there is, like, some sense to where, these jurisdictions like the Romanian Patriarchate and the Serbian one are here on mission, or just, like, serving the people of that nation, because it's, like, the church of that nation. But eventually, I think someday there will have to be, like, some united American Patriarchate, which would be cool. It'd probably have to be divided up because that's enormous. Do you only work in district courts? Yes, I only work in trial courts. So that's at the state and the federal level. All my work has been in trial courts. I've had like some exposure to appeals, but like very minimal. There's a little bit more prestige with the appeals, but honestly, I like the trial work more. There's like kind of a beef, I guess, between trial lawyers and appeals lawyers. I mean, although the same lawyer could handle the case from in each court, but there are some lawyers that specialize in appeals, and they like know all the appeals judges, and they like, know exactly what they're looking for, and have like read all their decisions and like know their niece and stuff. So, yeah, there is some like beef between trial lawyers and appeals lawyers, that like the trial lawyers are like the cool Harvey Specter types, and these appeals lawyers are like a bunch of nerds that are just like reading the history of this law and how this precedent came to be and its development since the very first case on this issue in 1919. And, we're over here just like trying to get a zinger and a cross-examination and tell a good story to the jury. Silvar, bro. I can't believe I've been mispronouncing it. I thought it was Silva. Silvar Ogre. Got Silver Ogre. From silver, it comes from silverback to ogre. I had to shorten it up and misspell it. I switched. Bro, thank you, because I've been struggling with pronouncing it all the time. So silver ogre, got it. Thank you. My parish priests are all wonderful. I follow them and try not to worry about. Yeah, I think that's the best attitude. Most things are above my pay grade. Yeah, and I mean, like that's the thing, is that like the reality between orthodoxy and like lived orthodoxy and the orthodox apologetics and polemics online, like they're a bit different. Not every Orthodox and Christian is going to know about, Pope Celestine and the Third Ecumenical Council, And you know the dynamics between Cyril of Alexandria, Pope Celestine, and Nestorius. That's like pretty niche knowledge. Most of it is just like read the lives of the saints, read the fathers, go to confession every 2 weeks. Say your keep to your prayer rule, read a little bit of your Bible every day, and go to liturgy. That's what being Orthodox really. I guess that's like the essence of it. It's not being debate, bro. Although it is important work to bring the heterodox back into the fold, and then, of course, the atheists and the crazies. Well, gents, this is my stop. Have a good night. God bless, and get to liturgy tomorrow. Thank you, Herp Derp. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be closing up here. I still got 48 watching. You guys are hanging in there, and you guys got great questions. My city is insane. It has like 7 or 8 jurisdictions overlapping each other, but it's nice for variety. Yeah. So in my city, we have Romanian Patriarchate. We have Russian, not Rokor, Russian like Moscow Patriarchate. Serbian, OCA. Excuse me. Serbian, OCA, Macedonian, Greek, obviously, so that's 6. I think that's it. I think that's what we got. But Silver Ogre, Alec, Octavian, thank you guys. Good night. I'm gonna get a few hours of sleep in. Hold on. If y'all could pray for my sister-in-law, she's just gone into labor about an hour ago. Guys, pray for Roadrunner's sister-in-law. She just went into labor an hour ago. That's awesome. Pray that everything goes well. That can be scary, but I will say a prayer before I go to bed here. Read my Bible, but the prods keep saying Orthodox don't do that. Kind of has anti-culture, makes it hard for any sorts of American Orthodoxy to develop like it has historically in other places. Yeah, America is like an interesting exception to the rules. But all right, I'm gonna call it quits here, guys. Thank you so much for hanging in there with me for this whole stream. This was a lot of fun. It was cool to get SOLA Requiem in there to get a little bit of good faith back and forth. Yeah, congrats on a new niece or a nephew. So yeah, thanks again, guys, and have a good night. Let's get some rest, and we got a few hours of sleep.